Today, election special with Damien Tiernan on WLR.
Thank you very much for joining us here at the SETU Arena, a special live broadcast until 9 o'clock tonight. We will have updates then throughout the night with our news team. The first counts expected here at Waterford. Maybe Lismore probably around 10:30, then the others as we go along we'll see. Again, it's one of those things you can't predict exactly. We're live on our streaming service as well, so if you're anywhere in the world, have a watch of that and have a look at that. Joining me now on the couch for this last little piece is Tom Cronin, Fianna Fáil, and Liam Brazel, Fine Gael. How are you, Tom?
Not too bad, Damien, thank you.
Not at all. Thanks very much for coming. And we're only talking about tallies, as we know, but it looks like at the minute 1,216 tallies, first preferences in the Dungarvan area for yourself. Congratulations.
Thank you, Damien.
That is a massive vote. Fair play to you.
It is. It's a massive vote, to be fair, and I'm delighted. I just want to thank my campaign manager, Noel Conway, and I also want to thank the soldiers that went out and fought and looked for every vote possible. And to be wrong of me not to mention my own wife, who canvassed most nights. And again, I just want to thank the people that voted for me and gave us another 5 years in the council, if God spares us our health.
And again, just for the listeners' perspective, nobody's been elected yet. We're only talking about tallies.
Yes.
Liam Brazel, again, tallies. That's all we're talking about, but 1,969, that's 25.78% of the first preference vote in the Cumara district for yourself. Nearly 2,000 first preferences. Congratulations.
Thanks, Damien, yeah. Look at it's only a tally, and I'd never count the chickens before they're hatched, and look at that tally can fluctuate up or down as well. So I'm very happy with my vote, and look, I've worked very hard over the past 20 years as a councillor, not only the last few days, and I think it has come back to tuition now, and come back to that vote has come back to thank me. But I'd like to thank my family first of all. Like, Marie was my rock over the past 10 weeks. She drove the car day and night there, and that was something really, I really appreciate that, you know. And then my family as well, Fiona, Elaine, and sure, look, they done their best as well. And it's a tough job going out canvassing there day in and day out. I canvass over the past 10 weeks, and I only missed 2 days in that. I went to Ennis to the match, and I went to Limerick to the match, and they're the only 2 days I missed over the last 10 weeks there. And day and night went out there, and it's very hard to go home and work there and change the clothes and go again tonight. And Marie kept pushing me the whole time, go on, go again. And it's not easy, going the whole time. And but I'd like to thank the people that voted for me. As you're saying, Damien, I know they're only tallies. 1,900 people out there in the Cumara district, they came out and they voted for me. They had the faith and believe in me that I could represent them for the next 5 years. And I really thank each and every one of them, from Kilrossenty, Stradbally, all the way back to Noya Valley. No matter where I went, I got a great reception. I'd like to thank the people for that.
And there's laneways, there's byways, not in an urban area where you have all the houses together. You're up and down laneways. They're hard votes to get sometimes. You got 1,700 first preferences the last time. You put in a massive amount of work. The two of you, behind the scenes, I know and I hear about the work that you do. And that stands to you because people know you're doing it because you want to make things better.
I love helping people. Since I was a child, my mother and father always said, help people. And if you can't do a good turn, don't do a bad turn. And that's bred into us. And that's where it comes from. And I love helping people. I love giving people good news. And at times it was giving bad news. But no matter what you do in life, you must go back and tell the constituents whether it's good or bad. And it's not easy. Tom will tell you, it's not easy to go back giving bad news. But at the same time, you must do it. And look, it's tough being a councillor today because times have changed and everything as well. And probably the respect for us has kind of faded as well over the past couple of years there. And
well, in terms of the votes, if your vote increases, it's not, and that's down to hard work as well and the honesty that you have. And I know you're a man that works in many different areas, mental health and many other aspects as well. Tom Cronin, the idea of the hard work and putting in the hours and helping people.
Yes, I suppose, look, I'd be in the same kind of space, I suppose, as Liam, really. Knocking on doors. I've done about 10 weeks of it.
You couldn't even shake hands with me there.
Yeah.
Because your wrist is sore.
Yes.
Your hand is sore from knocking on the
and
doors.
it wasn't a dog bite or anything like that. No, it was actually knocking on doors, right? And look, I have to say, right, look, tis great to go out, knock on doors, and you know, people come out to you and they'd like to chat, to be fair. And we done that, and look, as I said again, look, my first preference has gone up in every single election. This is my 6th election, the same as Liam. And, you know, look, that's what it's all about, knocking on the doors, meeting the people. And to be fair, right, you have to be, as Liam just said there as well, you have to go back with the bad news too, like. And you won't win them all, and anyone that thinks they will, right, is a fool.
Liam, as well, it's not all a bed of roses. As I said to a few other lads that have got a high press person, Shawnee and the others there as well, you know, people think if you get 1,900 votes, you must be like a machine. You're not, you're human. Like, I'm sure there was times, as you say, when you went home and you just felt the energy. But your good wife, she got you out there and you just went and kept going.
Like, canvassing continuously, it was one tough job because you're out knocking on doors there, and I believe you must knock on every door. I knocked on almost every door. There are some doors there I didn't knock on, but I knocked on almost every door. And look at it, I got a great reception at the door, and that kind of gave me the belief to go on again and go on again. And like, it's great when you get that. Now you get bad reception at doors too. Like, I'm not here telling me that tell you, Stephen, that was all good. I got kicks in the back too, and for maybe things I didn't go at to people with as well. But look at it, it's all part of the game, and like, we're only all human as well. And like, you can't think of everything. You do your best. I always feel, do your best, and if you think your best is good enough, that's good enough for me.
Tom, any particular stories before we finish up of interesting times, or people giving you the cup of tea that took a bit too long, or any putchy, no?
Like, that happened several times, right, where you would be asked in for a cup of tea.
Just put the mic there, yeah.
Well, you'd be asked in for the cup of tea, right, and you just have to refuse it, to be fair, right? Because, right, you had no choice because, right, you know, if you had to go into every house that you'd be asked into for a cup of tea, sure, look, we'd be to be canvassing for 5 years' time with me, you know what I mean? And so look, that's genuine people, I have to say. Yeah. And to be fair, right, there's an awful lot of genuine, good, hard-working people out there. And look, we also got people at the door, right, that, as Liam just said there, right, they wouldn't take the card and would tell you, move on, like, you know what I mean, in a nice way. You know, but look, you have to take that.
You take the rough with the smooth, absolutely.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, if you think there's going to be a soft touch, God help us, right? Don't get into politics if you think it's a soft touch now.
Liam, any poaching there, and the characters that you'd meet on the highways and the byways?
I met some great characters along the way there, even people I didn't know back around the Royal Valley and back around Kilmacumma and Russellstown there, and it was lovely to meet them there because especially some people didn't, I was the first person knocking their door, and they were delighted for that. And like, it's great when you hear that as well and the good thing back. But look, before I go, Damien, I did get a bite from a dog down in Kill one Sunday there, and I'll tell you that did slow me down.
God help the dog, huh?
What happened? Did it come out at you or what?
I was just going knocking on the door, and next thing the two big dogs came straight at me. And one of them kept going and going and going, and he caught me there on the side of the knee.
Oh, Janie Mac.
And the owner came out and he said, he's gone, he won't bite us all. I wasn't that cool right now. But look, David, before I go, David, I want to thank everybody that helped me.
Did you get a vote out of him, I wonder?
I don't think so.
No, okay.
I want to thank everybody that helped me. People canvassing, my own family, Noel and Mickey for putting up the posters, and Robert and Eamon Clancy in Dora for helping me while I was walking as well, because there were days I just off my toes and gone. I had to go, and they did pull in there and everything. I'd like to thank everybody that helped me in any small way at all, but especially I want to thank the people that voted for me. No matter where they were, whether it was 1 vote or 10 votes I got in the house, I respected them all, and even people who didn't vote me, I still, tonight I want to thank them personally for accepting me at the door.
Yeah.
Stay there for a minute, briefly, in 10 seconds.
Yeah, it is very important, right, that, you know, that you have to thank the people for, you know, giving you their vote, whether it was a 1 or, in our case, it was up to 16, right, you know, you have to thank each and every one of those for giving you that vote. And again, I just want to thank my own family, and I want to thank everyone that helped out, to be fair. And it's not easy, but look, listen, hey, when we asked them to stand up and be counted, be God, they were there.
Stay in the seats there for a second, gentlemen, if you don't mind, because we're still live on the podcast and the live stream. I want to thank everybody for the broadcasting today. From the Dayshow Today perspective, I want to thank especially Jennifer, the producer, who does marvellous work there, top notch, absolutely brilliant. And I want to thank all the technical people in terms of Pat and Dean and Michael and Keane and everybody, and all the news team who are going to stay here later on now this evening. Kieran is here, Jordan is here, Kyle is here. So we're back tomorrow morning with more live broadcasting and more live streaming. On behalf of Liam and Tom and everybody else here and all the candidates and everybody in the centre as well, we've been made very welcome. The security staff, the Gardaí, everybody involved, thank you very, very much. Thanks for listening, wherever you are listening, in any part of the Comoras or the Nire, or if you're the man that owns that dog that says the dog isn't going to bite, go back to Liam now and throw him a box of chocolates or something. The dog does bite, yeah. Stay with us here for the latest news with Kyle. Back tomorrow. Have a great evening, folks. God bless, and thank you very, very much.
Across Waterford, on mobile and the smart speaker, this is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 9 o'clock. Good evening, I'm Dimphna Nugent. The counting of the votes in the local election began at 8 p.m. in SETU Arena. This comes as 100% of the tallies have now been completed in the local elections here in Waterford. Candidates are now working towards a specific quota which will determine whether they are elected as a councillor. In Waterford City East, that quota is 1,224. In Dungarvan, it's 1,274. The Comer region is 1,091, while Lismore is 1,226. In Tramore, Waterford City West, the quota is 1,116. And in Waterford City South, the quota is 997. We're going to cross to SETU Arena to WLR's Kyle Butler. Kyle, the first count is underway at this stage. Have we any seats filled as yet?
Certainly is, Jim. It well and truly is underway, and we don't have any seats filled yet. There has been slight movement in the last few minutes, so the returning officer has just made an announcement just before the 9 o'clock hour, and the returning officer has called the Lismore candidates for a briefing. Now, it is understood at this time that there may be some movement there, that there may be candidates that have actually met the quota. But Infinite, just going around here myself, just walking around the pigeonholes. So what happens is, with the hour that we broke, these pigeonholes are erected in the middle of the hall, and for the first round of votes, each vote that a person gets, they'll get an election sheet that the people have filled out, the public have filled out, and it's looking good for some so far. So looking at Tramore City West, the pigeonholes of Joe Conway, Lola O'Sullivan, Joe Kelly and Blaise Hannigan were looking very full, and they do them in batches of 50. So I did my circulations for the last hour, and those candidates' pigeonholes have been getting fuller and fuller. Now look, again, that doesn't guarantee that they actually have been elected, and that just means at that point of looking at those pigeonholes, they were looking good. In Waterford City East, Adam Wise, Pat Fitzgerald, Mary Roach and Jim Darcy were looking very full. Waterford City South, Donal Barry, Joanne Bailey and Seamus Ryan. And finally, Dungarvan, Conor McGuinness, Damien Gagan and Tom Cronin. I don't have any data, unfortunately, yet for the Comoras. Apologies about that. But look, it is progressing here, Dimphna. We still have a while to go, a few hours left.
We do indeed, and we have seen, I know we've mentioned across the day, we've seen a bit of a collapse of the Green vote, Kyle, and a rise of the independents, but no major changes apart from that. Are you surprised?
Being honest, Jim, you know what? There's nothing that really surprises me about this election. Being honest with you, with the Green vote, it is unfortunate, especially in Tramore. They have lost that representation, and I think the people who usually voted Green, they have now changed that independent way, and they seem to be voting that much different, and especially when it comes to urban areas. Now look, that might change for the Europeans with Grace O'Sullivan, because we actually did get a kind of early tally earlier on. I was speaking to some people here, and she does seem to be doing well. But when it comes to the locals, Jim, I'm not really surprised with that. It is a big independent shift.
It is indeed, and thank you for that update, Kyle.
Thanks,
and for the very latest from the Waterford Camp Centre, you can follow our online blog and live stream on WLR FM. Meanwhile, Sinn Féin have failed to make the ambitious inroads they had hoped for in running additional candidates. Commenting on this earlier on Dayshow Today was sitting councillor Conor McGuinness.
certainly would have been better to get more candidates elected, and that remains our objective. And we firmly believe, I'll go back to work on Monday, Sinn Féin will go back to work on Monday. We'll be working for the people, and we'll still be advocating for political change. Absolutely would have been better had we taken more candidates, and it does look less and less likely that we'll be taking 3 candidates in Dungarvan, and it also looks like it's an uphill struggle for us to take the second seat.
WLRFM.com, Waterford News 24/7.
Elsewhere, over 20 local election seats have been filled so far in the 2024 elections nationally. The government parties are doing much better than expected. Stephanie Rowan has the latest.
23 of the 949 local election seats have been officially filled so far, and the story of these elections is that the government parties are doing much better than anticipated. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are more than holding their own and are in fact battling each other out to be the largest party in local government. The Greens are also doing much better than expected, with the Dublin City Councillor Hazel Chew, for example, holding on to her seat. Independents are performing extremely well, and their gain seems to be Sinn Féin's loss, with the party admitting it's not racking up the votes it had hoped for. Labour says it's happy with how it's performing so far, while the predicted rise of the far right doesn't seem to be happening.
And that's the latest from the newsroom. We'll have more at 10 o'clock, and we'll hear more from the Count Centre at 9:30 rather, for the latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU. Stay with WLR.
doubt. Yeah.
Fucking night, a few nights to think about it.
That's look, it's like a fire under it, wasn't it?
Yeah, we talked to you.
See it now.
Saturday night, it's Waterford 1 Double R. I'm doing my best to play songs that have something to do with elections. That was the Counting Crows. Did you get it? Yeah, Kyle, did you get that one? Kyle, you there?
I am there, but I stopped paying attention to you a long time ago, Ray, to be honest with you. I kind of drown you out at this stage.
Thank you, Kyle. I love you too. How's it going out there?
It's good, Ray, it's good. I suppose part of my job is to report what is actually happening here, and I will be honest with you, people are tired, the candidates are tired, the families are tired, and the atmosphere has kind of gone down a little bit. There have been reports across the country of other electoral areas electing their actual councillors. Waterford is far behind, unfortunately. The first count only started there at around 7:15. No results have been delivered as of yet. It's now 29 minutes past 9 in the night, and we are yet to receive any confirmation. But just kind of, looking ahead, some councillors, sitting councillors that are doing well so far in the recent tallies, and from looking at the pigeonholes as well here in the centre. For Chamor City West, Joe Conway, Lola O'Sullivan are doing well. For Waterford City East, Adam Wise, Pat Fitzgerald. Waterford City South, Donald Barry, Joanne Bailey. For Dungarvan, Conor McGuinness and Damien Gagan. And there's still other results needed for the Comer area. But Ray, just to describe the atmosphere here to our listeners, it's getting a bit late in the night, and it is kind of dragging on.
You'll be grand, Kyle. We've only got about 3 or 4 hours left. You'll be all right.
You always keep my hopes high, Ray, you know that.
And you know something? All I need is a quick power nap, and we're back out there again tomorrow morning. All will be great in the world.
Of course, Ray. Of course. You're very kind for letting me know that.
Kyle, thanks very much. We'll catch up again in 30 minutes. Cheers for that.
Adjudicate on the doubtful ballot papers in the Portlaw Kilmacthomas area. If the candidates and their agents to make their way to the adjudication room. Thank you.
Okay, so you're very welcome back to our live stream here at SETU Arena. And we've heard a lot from the candidates and councillors throughout the day. But to get an insight into what goes on behind the scenes, I'm joined by two ladies who know all about that. And that's Eileen O'Leary, wife of Councillor John O'Leary, and Elaine Hennessy, daughter of Councillor Liam Brazel. And Elaine, I'll start with yourself first. Liam, you know, he served as a councillor since 2004. You've been with him all along the way, supporting him. What actually goes on behind the scenes with a campaign when it comes to election season?
Kieran, a lot of hard work. Anybody who knows my dad knows that he's a great man to put his shoulder to the wheel and to do the work. He would always say that he would leave no stone unturned, and you know, he's not happy unless he knocks on most doors. You don't always get to everyone, but he'll always try his best to meet the people who he represents. And it's a lot of hard work. It's coming home from work. Dad works in Glanbia. He's the manager of the store in Durrow and Stradbally. That's his full-time job. And then he's working also as a councillor, and he works day and night. And my God, it's, you know, sometimes you don't even see him. He works so hard. And every evening with the last 2-3 months, he's been on the road, busy canvassing, and you know, sometimes won't allow us to help him because he wants to meet everybody himself, because you know, he's the one that's the councillor, and of course, you know, he really loves his job and loves meeting the people and hearing the feedback from the people that he represents. So it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of energy, and it's from a family perspective. Like, Mam has been such a great help to him, and we all try and row in, but we've got small children, so we're not as good maybe as we should be. But look, it's easy to canvass for Dad because he's a great man, and you know, he's a hard working and genuine fella, and I mean, we try and row in behind him, but as I said to you, he likes to do it himself sometimes. And look, it's a lot of time and effort on his behalf, I suppose, but you know, he appreciates all the nice people that he met along the way, and I suppose he enjoys it. But a good rest now, I think they all need, Eileen.
And he seems to be polling very well here in the Portlaw Kilmacthomas district. That must be a great endorsement for all the hard work. A
great endorsement, yeah. But like, that didn't come from the last 3 months of canvassing. That came from the work that he's been doing with the last 20 years, I think it is. So yeah, look, he's polled very well. Obviously, it's only a tally, but it looks like he got the highest count that he's ever got. And, you know, he deserves it so much. And I suppose we were very grateful to all the people who have voted for him, because, you know, that's just the number ones. There's also, you know, the number twos and the other votes that would have come as well. And look, every vote matters. And when we knock on the doors, when we're canvassing, it's not just about the number one, it's about the support, you know, from, you know, even if it's a number two or whatever. But to get that many number one votes is a real testament to a great man.
And Eileen, John has served as a councillor since 2009, and I know you also love being out and about and going on the canvassing trail.
Like Sal said, John is very hard-working, and he, like your dad, he loves to meet everybody at the doors. So, like, he's out every day knocking on the doors and meeting people, and listening to their problems and trying to help them. And like, as someone would say, from the day you're elected until the next election, you're actually working hard, and if you don't work for the people and try help them, well, you know what I mean, how can you go back and knock at doors if you haven't helped them along the way? And hopefully John have done some good along the way. And another thing, John loves his job. He'll really do. Do you know, like, somebody might ring now and I'd say, oh my God, that maybe could have done them more. No, he'd say, well, that person now, that is very important to that person, and I am going to see what I can do to help that person. You know, so it's a combination of things. Like, you must like the job, you must like meeting people, you must try like helping people, because if you don't, you know, it won't work.
And of course, John quite recently served as mayor of Waterford City and County, and that was a great chance to represent all of Waterford.
It was, and it was a great honour and privilege, I must say, and he really enjoyed it, and I hope he served the people of Waterford well in his position, because You know, he attended every function. But as I always say, we only had to attend the functions. But what the people that behind the scenes, they had to get all these things ready. And the amount of voluntary workers in the county, it just really, you know, some people are so good, and the amount of work they do, it's unreal. And you know what I mean, if we can give a little bit of joy by going along when he was the mayor and shaking someone's hand, you know, and giving a smile to someone's face, isn't it easy really for us to come out and do that?
And again, he's polling very well in the Portlaw Thomas district, so again, it must be a great endorsement, because as Elaine touched on, there are sacrifices that have to be made all along, so to get such a result makes it all worthwhile.
Yes, John is doing well, thank God, and hopefully now he'll get elected again for another 5 years. And I just like to say I want to thank all the people that voted for him and gave me support, and hopefully he'll be able to fulfil his duties and do all he can to help the people of the Comra.
Brilliant. Well, Eileen O'Leary and Elaine Hennessy, thank you both very much for joining me, and we look forward to the results coming in.
Thank you, Kieran.
Thank you, Kieran.
Welcome back. We are here. It is 10:15 now at the SETU Arena, and the first count is still underway. And I'm joined now by Jessica Martin of the Waterford News and Star. Jess, it's been a long day, but I think it kind of is calm before the storm kind of territory at the moment.
Absolutely. Like, do you know the way you're used to your highlights or your memories of local elections or general elections are people being thrown up on shoulders of people and stuff? We haven't actually reached that point yet.
No.
And I'm so excited for it, because obviously we've been here since say 8:30 in the morning, you know, getting things ready, and you were here yesterday as well, like prepping. So I'm really, really looking forward to that point, to get the adrenaline going and push on, you know?
Yeah, exactly, I suppose the finishing straight, being in sight in a way. It's been an interesting day, a couple of interesting developments across the board in Waterford. I suppose the main one we'll focus on for the moment is the independent surge.
Absolutely.
It's been very interesting, I suppose, quite telling of the general sentiments across the country.
Yeah, so, well, for me personally, I'm a yellow belly in the data, so it's a baptism of fire for me this year. But do you know what? It's absolutely great to see these independents coming so far. They're so strong, because they don't have that backing behind them. They have lots of members of the community, and that's not to say that, you know, the other parties don't have the community behind them, but I mean, it's more difficult, you would say, for these independents to get that gathering together. especially for the likes of Declan Barry in Waterford East, because
first time
running,
yeah.
and he's nearly top in the polls. Obviously, David Daniels is doing significantly well as an independent. He's sitting, but it's incredible to see them doing so well overall.
Definitely, yeah. And I suppose it's quite it's the general sentiments that are going out there in Irish politics at the moment. But as you mentioned, I think we've seen today, particularly on a local level, that party politics maybe don't come into play as much. Like the trends on a local level are a lot different to what you see in terms of a general election. A lot of the sitting candidates look like they will be quite comfortable in retaining their seats. Obviously we will potentially have some high profile casualties as well, but generally I think on a local level we're starting to see a track record counts for an awful lot.
Yeah, and I suppose then on the other side of things, if we look at the Cummer district, where we have, it's more a traditional politics creeping in there. It's staying your typical Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and then you've your Sinn Féin as well, the old reliable parties, that you'd hear a lot of. And I think that comes down to the area that it is. It's very rural, it's a lot to do with farming, and that's what those parties traditionally would have stood for years ago, So now with the independents, I think because there are so many social issues at the moment, I think that's probably one of the reasons as to why the independents are doing so well, because there are so many issues that they stand for, that they want to rectify or do better for in Waterford.
Definitely. And just as a final point, I think Lismore in particular, you look at that, it's so finely poised. I think you have 14 votes according to the tallies. Obviously take that with a pinch of salt, but it separates 3 candidates, and it looks like Donncha Mulcahy is obviously in pole position as of now. That could be subject to change, but Sinn Féin have actually never held a seat in Lismore, and it looks like they're going to top the poll. So I suppose that's evident of changing times even in rural Ireland in a way.
Absolutely. And again, if we do look at that and come back to Cummer again, I don't want to focus too much on this one particular area, but with Ger Barron retiring this year from politics, Labour chose not to run a Labour candidate in that area. So it's amazing how some areas are changing significantly and some areas are staying the same. But the likes of Sinn Féin as well, though I suppose if we look at them overall, we would have probably thought that they would have done a lot better considering the amount of candidates that they ran.
That's right.
But the candidates that are doing well are doing very, very well.
That's it. I mean, they've chosen to run 18 candidates across the board. They had 5 sitting councillors as of today, but it looks like, as things stand at the moment, by the end of the weekend, that they will have 7. So I suppose there's an awful lot to play for still, and a lot will obviously come down to the transfers tomorrow. That is the crucial part of everything here, because once first counts are there and the surpluses come into play and candidates are eliminated, I suppose that's when it becomes complicated, and that's when our work truly starts. So I imagine you're looking forward to a good night's sleep and go again tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait. Absolutely can't wait. I'm buzzing there.
Perfect. Jess Martin, thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Jordan.
Across Waterford, on mobile and the smart speaker. This is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 10 o'clock. Good evening, I'm Dimphna Nugent. The first count of the local election ballots in SETU Arena is still underway. This comes as 100% of the tallies have been completed in the local elections here in Waterford. Candidates are now working towards a specific quota, which will determine whether they are elected as a councillor. We're going to cross to SETU Arena to WLR's Jordan Norris, who is joined by independent candidate Jonathan Shaw.
Thanks very much, Dimphna. Yeah, I suppose still in the calm before the storm territory at the moment. There is a small bit of movement, but we're not quite there just yet. It's been a very long day, but we're hopefully going to see some action there in the next hour and a half or so. We're looking at adjudication for spoil votes in Lismore at the moment, and then we potentially will have some news to share. But just going back over the general lie of the land, it looks as if we may potentially see a number of councillors elected on the first count in a number of areas tonight. And I'm going to speak now with independent candidate in Dungarvan, Jonathan Shaw. Jonathan, first of all, really appreciate you joining us. In terms of your experience of running as a candidate, I know you mentioned, I suppose you declared your intention quite late in the day, but how have you found the experience as a whole today and being involved in the campaign, going out and meeting people, involved in the community? I suppose it's been a learning curve in a way.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Jordan. I was very late announcing my intentions to run in these elections. But I've had a great canvass the last 2 to 3 weeks. It was brilliant getting out and meeting so many people around Dungarvan, Abbeyside and the surrounding areas. Today, as you know, as a first time candidate in the elections has been an eye opener for me.
Yeah.
Definitely been a learning curve and a great experience. And even yesterday, I kind of, I was waking up at about 6:30 in the morning. I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, of
I was
course.
kind of full of, I don't know, was it anxiety or nerves or whatever it was. But it was a great day. And then even around the town in Dungarvan yesterday, kind of meeting everybody and wishing us the best of luck and things like that. So no, it's been a great experience. But yeah, the only thing I would have loved to if I did make that decision a bit earlier in the year, because it has been a tough kind of 2 to 3 weeks trying to canvass and get out and meet everybody. So that's the only regret I have, is that I didn't make the decision a bit sooner.
Yeah, of course. But I think we've seen across the board, not just in Waterford, but across the country today, there's been a real wave of momentum behind independent candidates in particular. When it comes to local level politics, I suppose the traditional parties maybe don't come into play as much. And I think it goes a lot to show that the needs of certain communities are becoming all the more prevalent in terms of how people are actually deciding to vote.
Yeah, 100%. And probably, as you said, the reason why I kind of went independent is that I didn't kind of, have any kind of political alignment and things like that. So, no, as you said, across the country, even in kind of earlier polls this week and in different kind of surveys or whatever like that, there has been a big kind of swing towards independence. You see in Dungarvan this time, I think it was 7 independents running.
Yeah, it's 7 candidates.
The candidates going, and even a good friend of mine there, Joe Reardon, he's in a good position now after the tallies today. So I think there'll definitely be an independence on the what you call it, in one of those 6 seats come tomorrow evening.
Absolutely. Well, Jonathan, I hope it has, not deterred your enthusiasm for local politics going forward. Really appreciate you joining us. Dimfna, we're hoping to have more news in the next coming minutes on the count in Lismore in particular, but until then, it's back to you.
Thanks for that update, Jordan. And for the very latest from the Waterford Count Centre, you can follow our online blog and live stream on WLORFM.com. And reflecting on the opening tallies, local Fine Gael councillor Shawnee Power says most of his votes came from areas where people engaged most with their local councillors.
I think I got something like 540 or 50 votes from the Rackcormac boxes. Again, look, I can Clonea Power done absolutely brilliant again, and in Crahana. And again, I suppose, look back into Ballymacarbery and into Clonmel boxes again. I held on my own and done really actually increased my votes in some of them boxes anyway. So look, I'm really delighted. It's probably, I suppose, the main area, I suppose, Clonea Power and Crahana and Rackcormac and back into Clonmel and Ballymacarbery is probably the main area that probably gets most representations from.
WLRFM.com, Waterford News 24/7.
And earlier today, Minister Paschal Donoghue says today has shattered any certainty of a Sinn Féin government. Sinn Féin European election candidate Dáithí Doolan says the Minister and his party should be more focused on more pressing issues.
And here we have Fine Gael yet again grasping at straws. And who are they folk? They're not talking about the housing crisis. They're not talking about the asylum seeking crisis. They're not talking about the climate crisis. They're talking about Sinn Féin again. Because they're obsessed with us. Rather than focusing on the needs of this city and this state, they're focused on Sinn Féin. And I think what we need to do is work collectively right now.
And that's the latest from the newsroom. We'll have more at 11 o'clock and we'll hear more from the Count Centre at 10:30. For the latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU, stay with WLR.
Ray C on WLR.
We will now adjudicate on the doubtful ballot papers on the Waterford City East local electoral area. So could we have no more than 2 persons per candidate in the adjudication room, which is the second room on the left-hand door on the wall of my right. Thank you.
Okay, and you're very welcome back to our live stream here at the SETU Arena. And for a recap of where we stand, Jordan is going to bring us up to date with the very latest. And Jordan, there has been something of a lull here. It's in contrast to the scenes which we had this morning where there was great excitement as the boxes were being opened. So where do we stand at present?
So where we stand at present, Kieran, is realistically we're just waiting for some adjudication in some of the local electoral areas. So we've had a call so far in Lismore and Waterford City East. And potentially tonight, when we conclude the first count, we may potentially see a number of councillors from a number of different areas being elected within the first count. That's because they've actually reached the required quotas. That's in 5 of the 6 local electoral areas. Just to take it by LEA, in Waterford City East will start. So the quota in Waterford City East stands at 1,224, and as it going off the tallies, it looks as if 2 independent candidates in particular have actually surpassed that quota, those being David Daniels. It's actually David's first election campaign. I know he was co-opted onto the seat of his late father, but it's his first election campaign, and it's also a first-time candidate in Declan Barry as well. So a huge support for independent candidates, in particular in Waterford City East. I think I saw earlier it was around 38.6% of first preference votes were for independent candidates in that particular area. And in Dungarvan, it looks as if the quota will be around 1,273. That would see Fine Gael's Damien Geoghegan and Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness elected on the first count as well, going off the figures that we've received in the tallies. I think the highest percentage of any vote in any local electoral area was in the Cumber district. The quota is 1,091. Liam Brazel of Fine Gael actually nearly received almost 2,000 first preference votes, Kieran. And Shawnee Power, Fine Gael as well, also won 1,521. So both of those look set to retain their seats on the first count. And in Lismore, the quota is 1,226. Top of the polls there was Donncha Mulcahy of Sinn Féin on 944. So it will be a while before we see a result in Lismore, so there will be some eliminations there to try and reach a surplus for the other candidates to reach the quota. And in Tramore, Waterford City West, Lola O'Sullivan has reached the quota. The quota is 1,116, so it looks as if she will be elected on the first count. And Donald Barry has seemingly topped the polls in Waterford City South, where the quota is 997. So a busy day's action, as you can imagine. Like, a lot is depending on those tallies, and it kind of ebbed and flowed for a long time. You know, there was some contentious seats, particularly you're looking at those areas that are 6-seaters, those 5th and 6th seats in particular. It kind of ebbed and flowed all day. You had certain candidates swapping out as well. The interesting picture at the moment is a lot is based on the transfers for tomorrow. So there are actually some current sitting councillors who, I suppose, aren't assured of their seats in a way at the moment. So there's plenty to play for. Those transfers tomorrow are going to play a massive part in who actually forms part of the 32-seat local council.
And from your overview, the electoral area, which is really shaping up to be very interesting and has been a big talking point today, is the Lismore electoral area, because within the other areas we can see, as you mentioned, clear front runners and candidates which have clearly exceeded what we believe, with the quota, what we believe it will be. But Lismore, I mean, Donncha Mulcahy, a new candidate, Sinn Féin, polling very well at top. John Pratt, a sitting candidate. Niamh O'Donovan, Fine Gael, a new candidate. Brian Buckley, a new candidate. That's a really interesting area, isn't it?
I mean, you look at that third seat in particular, it looks as if, I mean, you take nothing for granted. It looks as if Donncha Mulcahy and John Pratt are likely enough to be elected, considering the gap that might be there. But then you look at that third seat in particular, there is 14 votes, according to the tallies, separating Niamh O'Donovan, Brian Buckley and Michael J. Walsh. So it's all to play for. And the big news in that particular constituency as well, that a long-standing sitting councillor, Declan Ducey, he's been on the local council representing Lismore since 2004, currently serving as the Deputy Mayor of Waterford as well, Kieran. It looks as if he has a major ground to make up in the next day or two to retain his seat as well. Fine Gael, interestingly, look like they may maintain the seat through Niamh O'Donovan, but it looks as if Declan Ducey's time on the council after 20 years could potentially be coming to an end. So that is a big headline story in a way in the west of the county.
And of course, one of the other headlines emerging today in Waterford was the collapse of the Green vote.
Yeah.
And we saw in 2019 we had a Green wave, but I mean, it's been somewhat obliterated this time out.
I mean, it's been quite telling. I believe Mark O'Cosig in 2019, when he actually topped the polls, I believe in Tramore, Waterford City West, he had a surplus of around 1,300 first preference votes, whereas you look at Christina Kiley's figures today and they're in the region of 300 to 400. I mean, that's a huge fall off in just a 5-year period as well. Councillor Jody Power, currently serving as the Metropolitan Mayor in Waterford City East, his seat looks to be in a precarious position as well. Christina Kiley and Jody Power currently the only two Green Party councillors in the whole of Waterford. Then you have candidates Christoro Fuelon and Dungarvan, you had Lynn Glasgow and Lismore, Walisha Ní Clírig. It's not looking good for the Greens at the moment. You heard Mark O'Cosig on earlier, but Damien, maybe is it reflective of the national picture or is there something else at hand? You don't know, but I suppose in comparison to 2019, when you saw the surge of support behind them, they have been the party that have taken the big hit on a local level today. And maybe Sinn Féin, even though they might not be performing the way that they want to be on the national level, going off what we've heard, they had 5 seats coming into the day. As things stand according to the tallies, they'll be leaving with 7.
And it seems to have been a case that the independents were best placed to capitalise on some of the real hot topics amongst the electorate, because as we know from covering different stories on WLR, housing, cost of living, immigration to an extent as well, these are the major issues. So it seems to be that people identified with the independents for a lot of these issues.
Exactly. Well, when you look at local politics, a lot is probably quite pertinent to what is prevalent on the ground. Maybe are we seeing trends now, and even we're seeing it, I suppose, on the national polls, where people are kind of, are party politics coming into play as much? It's a question that's worth asking now, because people are identifying more with the individual as opposed to the collective when they're seeing the issue that's most pertinent to them. Housing, immigration, they've been the two major talking points coming up to this election. Healthcare as well in particular. And a lot of people want to see local investment here in Waterford. We're constantly hearing about SCTU, 24/7 cardiac care, Waterford Airport. These are the issues on the ground that heart to people. Independent candidates, I suppose, have somewhat benefited from that not being affiliated with government parties, because there's a lot of people that believe in terms of the electorate that there's not delivery there. So I suppose it's to do with public commentary in a way. So it's very interesting to see that change in attitude among the electorate too. So maybe through no fault of their own and by no virtue as well, the independents have been a winner just by consequence in that sense. So it's interesting to see how that has worked out.
Okay, well, thanks for that update, Jordan, and we'll keep an eye on further developments. And many of the candidates and their supporters, so many of them have been here all day. We have some others who are just appearing now, but there is more of an atmosphere starting to build now. There was a bit of a lull.
Yeah, well, I think we're coming into second wind territory, so hopefully for the people that have arrived, they won't have too long to wait for some white smoke. We might be seeing 1 or 2 people being thrown in the air in the next hour or two.
Absolutely. We'll be ready to live stream and photograph it all, so do stay tuned with us here on WLR through our live stream on WLRFM.com and also on air.
again in Dungarvan on that one. What a great choice. Iran, Flock of Seagulls, and what a belter of a tune it is too. It's just gone 10:30. We're heading back over to Setcha Arena. Kieran Foley, are you with me?
I am indeed, Ray. Good evening from the arena. And not a whole lot has changed since our last update, Ray. We're still waiting for the first official count, but the atmosphere has picked up somewhat. There was quite a bit of a lull for a while, but many candidates have appeared who we haven't actually seen all day. There have been some candidates who have been in and out of here all day, and we've had some of their backroom team here since first thing this morning, but we've seen a few faces that we haven't seen. And just to recap, Ray, we've been hearing a lot about the quotas for the different electoral areas, and of course we've been basing all of our information off the tallies which we've been receiving. And looking for example at Waterford City East, the quota is expected to be 1,224, and one of the candidates expected to exceed that and to be elected on the first count is independent councillor David Daniels, and of course he was co-opted onto the council to replace his late father, Davy Daniels, a long-serving member of Waterford Council. Now, I mentioned the backroom team, who of course play a key role in the campaigns of all of our candidates, and I'm delighted now to be joined by a member of David's team, and that is his wife, Gwen. Gwen, how has the experience been so far today?
Oh, look, it's been a phenomenal experience, Kieran, really from first thing this morning. Dave's brother Liam and Auntie Mary were in looking at the tallies and feeding out to us back home to let us know what was going on. So it was great to hear the good news coming through and the votes coming through, especially in key areas like the Alphonsus Road, Newtown area where Dave's dad was originally from. So a really poignant day for us as a family. Obviously a big loss, a big change for us to be at account without Davy. But David, so thrilled with the result today, and we're so proud of him for delivering in his father's name. So delighted.
And of course, you were out and about on the ground yourself, Gwen. You were canvassing. What was that experience like for you personally?
Well, look, I've been out many times over the years with Davy, but this year I suppose different pressure. But it's been great. It's been great to be out and meeting people. We got such a warm reception, lovely stories about his dad. People who I've met that Dave has built relationships since his co-option, who he's had the ability to help and assist to meet them. It was lovely. But as well as a family, we got to spend a lot of time together. Dave and his brother Liam, his mom, his Auntie Mary, Willie, some friends of ours, that came out and joined the team as well, some of his cousins. It was just great, and it was a real buzz in the family over it, and lots of them here today joining us as well, which has just been so super.
And since David was co-opted onto the council, what does it actually require in terms of commitment? Because we hear a lot about the sacrifices that politicians make, but at a family level, at a very real, tangible level, what does it actually mean to the family?
Well, look, it is a big time commitment, and absolutely, there are nights there that Dave has gone. He's gone to help people, he's gone to meetings. The weekends, it doesn't stop. There's no such thing as 9 to 5. We're not a 9 to 5 family anyway, Kieran. There's plenty of work goes on, and I suppose that's one thing I can say without doubt about my husband. He's such a hard-working man, and he's very dedicated to anything he does, and I can see that he's really taken to his work on the council, and he puts that 150% commitment in, and we're very proud of him for that.
Okay, Gwen, well, we will await the official result in Waterford City East, and just to recap also, Ray, we're also expecting Declan Barry, a new independent candidate, to exceed the quota for City East. And then in Dungarvan, we're expecting Damien Gagan, Conor McGuinness and Tom Cronin to exceed the quota there. In the Portlaw Kilmac Thomas area, we're expecting Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power to exceed the quota. In Tremor City West, Fine Gael's Lola O'Sullivan. In Waterford City South, independent councillor Donald Barry. And we do not expect anybody to exceed the quota on the first count in Lismore. So back to you, Ray.
Thank you very much, Kieran. We're talking again soon. Cheers for that. I want to say a big hello now to, to Davy and JP. How nobody has texted asking until the lads just did in the last 3 or 4 minutes is beyond me. We kind of are on the final count.
have one that I haven't bothered to use yet because I just have the lanyard hanging off, so it's out of the office. Yeah, perfect. Well, are you down tomorrow?
electoral areas in Waterford. This comes as 100% of the tallies have now been completed in the local elections. Independents appear to have polled very well in Waterford. Both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael appear to be holding steady. There hasn't been any surge in support for Sinn Féin, but the party is hopeful of some gains. However, the Green Party vote in Waterford appears to have reduced significantly. We're going to cross to SET Arena to WLR's Jordan Norris, who is joined by Social Democrats councillor Mary Roach. Jordan, I believe that we are very close to an announcement regarding Liz Moore.
I think we might finally have some white smoke to report after a couple of hours, Dimphna, but I won't hold my breath on it just yet, but it does seem as if we may potentially be crossing live to the adjudications officer, Paul Johnson, in the next few moments. But while we wait on news on that, I'm delighted to be joined by Social Democrats councillor in Waterford City East, that is councillor Mary Roach. Mary, a pleasure to have you on. Very, very competitive in the Waterford City East ward in particular. How are you feeling at the moment?
Well, you know, I'll be duking it out, I think, for the last seat with Jodie Power, but it's territory I'm well used to, so it's looking okay. I'm in 6th for 6 seats, and if it stays like that, I'll be happy.
I mean, there's been a real wave of support behind independent councillors, I think, probably across all the LEAs, but maybe none more profoundly than your own one. Obviously, the support behind David Daniels and Declan Barry, and of course 2 first-time candidates in terms of an election as well. So I suppose it goes to show that party politics of a traditional perspective they've waned a little bit on the local side of things. People are very more concentrated on pertinent local issues across the board, aren't they?
Yeah, you know, there's a PhD in it for somebody in terms of what people actually vote for, you know, and how, and people value their vote differently maybe in a local election than what they do in a general election. You know, it's much more, you live in my neighbourhood, you know, my kids go to school with yours, I know your name, rather than, you know, I'm supporting Fianna Fáil or the Sop Dems or Sinn Féin, you know.
It's always a point of personal connectivity comes into it.
Absolutely, yeah.
But you've been on Waterford City and County Council for a long time now, Mary. As you've seen how these elections work. It's becoming an incredibly competitive environment, and I think the landscape has changed significantly. I mean, we're seeing some, you know, landmark trends and big changes across the board here in County Waterford. But at the same time, I suppose it is a little bit of more of the same. People want continuity in some sense, but at the same time, that wide-scale change is desired too. So there's been, I suppose, 1 or 2 kind of eye-catching results, but at the same time, a lot of the sitting councillors have been comfortable in their LEAs.
Well, there's always almost like a predictable amount of turnover in terms of, I think I was looking at it earlier, I think Dungarvan is probably the only ward where it's looking like the sitting councillors will all be returned. Now, I don't know if that's changed in the interim.
That would potentially be bar one. The last seat does look like it is quite competitive between Seamus O'Donnell and Joe Reardon, but Waterford City South would actually probably fall into that particular line of thinking as well. That'll be
more
the
or less
current
the
6
same.
councillors. So
look, I actually think new blood is good for the council. It keeps things fresh, and you know, there's a requirement for it. I mean, when I started off in this game back in 1999, there had been a very little change. There was no women on the council. You know, I'm hoping, I haven't looked now at the female to male ratio. But I do hope. I know Joanne has polled pretty well in Waterford City South. I know Lola has polled incredibly in Waterford City West. Unfortunately, Christina is looking like she's going to go down with the green, whatever the opposite of a wave is, trough maybe, which is very sad to see, because Christina's a great councillor, you know, really brought something new to the council and a great dynamism. So I'll be very sorry if it's looking like she won't hold the seat. So look, it's tough times all around. As I say, I'll be in a dogfight, but I'm pretty used to that territory. My vote, like, it's 10 years since I was on a ballot paper, if you think about it, because I had retired because my dad died and my mum had dementia at the last one. So to be up there at all, I'm really lucky that people, and my vote is, you know, 20 or 30, more or less the same vote that I got the last time. So that gives me a good lot to work with, and I wasn't there in the beginning, so you don't get the committee places. And but look, I'll keep soldiering on if I get the seat, and if I don't, I shall pivot, as they say in Friends.
I have no doubt either way you'll continue to fly the flag for your local area, Mary. Dimphna, it feels like we've been here since 1999, so hopefully we'll have some news for you in the next few minutes.
I can't believe, for the sake of putting 2 polling boxes in, one for the locals and one for the European elections, that it's cost a whole day. It's just insane.
Well, Mary is every bit as frustrated as some of us, but hopefully we'll have news soon. Until then, back to you, Dimna.
Appreciate that, Jordan, and we will swing back to Jordan to get the latest from the Count Centre. The second an update is available, and of course for the very latest from the Waterford Count Centre you can follow our online blog and live stream on WLRFM.com. Meanwhile, 56 local election seats have been filled so far in the 2024 elections. The government parties are doing much better than expected, while it's been a disappointing campaign for Sinn Féin. Stephanie Rowan has the latest.
Successful candidates are being hoisted on shoulders across the country tonight, with local election seats being officially filled. So far, the story of these elections is Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael doing much better than predicted and are battling each other out to be the largest party in local government. The Greens are also doing much better than expected. They will lose seats, but it's not the wipeout some predicted. Looking to the opposition now, and the independents are having a strong local election. Their gain seems to be Sinn Féin's loss, with the party admitting it's disappointed it's not getting the votes it had hoped for. Labour says it's happy with how it's performing so far, while the Social Democrats do look like they'll make some gains, but that's from a very low base.
And commenting on Sinn Féin's decision to run additional candidates in this year's local elections is local Waterford councillor Joanne Bailey.
If you don't move on, politics are supposed to move with the times and not just run government parties running one person in a race. It's not ideal if you're supposed to get more candidates across the line, and we wanted to try something different, and I'm hoping we do get that third candidate in this evening.
WLRFM.com, Waterford News 24/7.
Meanwhile, despite the Green vote collapsing in Waterford, party leader Eamon Ryan says it's clear it won't be a wipeout for his party.
We felt confident that wouldn't happen because, for a variety of reasons, firstly, a lot of good candidates. I mean, 130 candidates, they're really capable. I know everyone says that, but I've been around the country and I've been blown away by the quality of the people we have running. But in Dublin, certainly, it's a message. The city wants to keep going green, is my sense.
And that's the latest from the newsroom. We'll have more at midnight, and we will hear more from the Count Centre at 11:30 or a little earlier if an update is available. For the latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU, stay with WLR.
Ray C on WLR.
Okay, you're very welcome back to our live stream here at SETU Arena, and we expect a result shortly on the first count in the Lismore district, which we've been hearing quite a lot about, and WLR's Kyle Butler is going to run through some of the stats in relation to that area for us. And Kyle, all day this area has really been a talking point.
You know what? This area has been certainly the talking point here, and so the quota for that, right, and just to explain to some of our viewers and listeners what a quota is, it's the minimum amount of votes needed to actually be elected. In the Lismore area, it's 1,226 to be elected. Nobody has yet reached that in the tallies. Again, the tallies are from earlier in the day. They're like a kind of indication as to the way the vote might go. So it's physically people standing behind the barriers and they're looking at who's been voted for and who's gotten votes. So in that area, Kieran, right, there's several candidates going in that area.
Well, we might just recap then on the current councillor. So it's a 3-seat electoral area, and we have John Pratt of Labour, Declan Ducey of Fine Gael, and then the other sitting councillor is Mairead Tobin of Fianna Fáil, who was co-opted for her late father, James Tobin, who of course was a long-serving councillor for Fianna Fáil. Now, she decided she was not seeking re-election. So then that left us with John Pratt and Declan Ducey seeking to retain their seats, but we also had some other candidates as well.
Certainly. So So those candidates in that constituency, Brian Buckley, Independent, Declan Ducey, Fine Gael, Lynn Glasgow, the Green Party, Michael McCarthy, the Irish People, Donncha Mulcahy, Sinn Féin, Niamh O'Donovan, Fine Gael, Frank Power, Independent, John Pratt, Labour, and Michael J. Walsh, Fianna Fáil. Now, in that area, Kieran, in the latest tallies, Donncha Mulcahy was coming out on top, right, on 944, but he didn't actually reach the quota, right? So this is the first result that we're going to be getting, but it doesn't necessarily mean someone is going to be elected. I know it sounds very confusing, but once you're kind of in the flow of it and kind of getting used to it, it does make sense. So what that would mean then be the second count, and then you're working on transfers.
And you made a very good point earlier. You compared it in some ways to the Eurovision Song Contest. And it is quite apt because at the moment, if we look at the table, we've Donncha Mulcahy on top, John Pratt polling second, Niamh O'Donovan third, Brian Buckley, Michael J. Walsh and Declan Ducey. But then when candidates are eliminated, when we're talking about transfer of votes, you know, people were asked to give their 1, 2, 3, their order of preference on a paper. So this can change the overall standing.
It can, and that's why tallies sometimes are viewed by, you know, tallies, if they're going your way, they're going your way, but if they're not, you say, well, you know, it's only a tally, you know, we'll see in the actual real count. But this is how transfers work, and this is why when people are voting, say for instance, if you're voting for a councillor and that's the only councillor that you want in, you would simply put number 1 beside that person, and that's the only vote you'd give. But then your second preference, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many people are on that on the sheet when you're voting, they will be your second, third, fourth and fifth preferences. So this is how politics works, this is how elections work, and it really does come down to transfers, and it's going to come down to transfers in Lismore because no one has reached the quota. Yeah.
And if we look like the tally figures, you know, even though Donncha Mulcahy is on top, 944, followed by John Pratt, 904, but then when we look at the next candidates, there isn't really a whole lot between them.
No.
Niamh O'Donovan, 744, Brian Buckley, 737, and Michael J. Walsh, 730.
Yeah. See, it's not a major discrepancy between them, but I am going to say this, and it was John Cummins did come up to us,
and I think we actually have a result. Now we're going to cut now to our returning officer, Paul Johnston.
Cor Ev over Ahain do Tocanter on Lassa Vor. The following is the result of count 1 for the Lismore local electoral area. Electorate 9,952, total poll 5,204, invalid ballot papers 51, valid poll 5,153, number of seats 3. The quota is therefore 1,289. Buckley Brian, non-party, 781. Ducey Declan, Fine Gael, 559. Glasgow Lynn, Green Party, 145. McCarthy Michael, 66. Mulcahy Donncha Sinn Féin, 988. O'Donovan Niamh Fine Gael, 801. Power Frank non-party, 126. Pratt John Labour Party, 958. Walsh Michael J Fianna Fáil, 729. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes. Michael McCarthy, 66 votes. Lynn Glasgow, 145 votes. Frank Power, 126 votes. Thank you.
Okay, so Kieran, yes, the fast-moving world of the election centre.
Absolutely. I think we'll just take a moment to recap on those figures, Kyle. So, as we heard from Paul, the electorate of the Lismore area, 9,952.
Yeah.
The poll, 5,204. Invalid votes, 51, which left us with a valid poll of 5,153. So the quota for the Lismore electoral area, 1,289. A 3-seater constituency. So you have the figures then, Kyle, for the individual candidates.
I do indeed. Okay, so like I was just explaining there a few minutes ago, the quota that needs to be reached is 1,284. So it is in the following. Brian Buckley received 781 votes in the first count. Declan Ducey, 559. We have Lynn Glasgow, 145. Michael McCarthy, 66. Donica Mulcahy, 988. Niamh O'Donovan, 801. Frank Power, 126. John Pratt, 958. And Michael J. Walsh, 729. I believe it was the last 2 or 3, Kieran, that were eliminated and their votes were distributed.
Correct. So we had no candidate, as we expected, no candidate reached the quota. So there was no surplus vote for Paul Johnson to announce that could be distributed. So it was decided that the 3 lowest candidates would be excluded. So we have Michael McCarthy, we have Lynn Glasgow, and we have Frank Power.
Yes.
So again, the figures very much in line with the tallies which we were looking at. Donica Mulcahy coming out on top at 988. Sinn Féin candidate, and Sinn Féin currently do not have a seat in this electoral area. That was followed then by John Pratt, Labour's John Pratt, a sitting councillor, 958. And Niamh O'Donovan, a first-time candidate for Fine Gael, 801. Next we have Brian Buckley, independent, 781. Michael J. Walsh, the Fianna Fáil candidate, 729. And as we mentioned, Kyle, Fianna Fáil had a seat in this area, the seat which was held by James Tobin for such a long time, and which his daughter Mairead was co-opted onto, but she decided not to seek re-election. Then, very interestingly, Kyle, Declan Ducey, Fine Gael, a sitting councillor, 559. Somewhat down than a lot would have expected.
Certainly is, and Declan would be very well known in those parts by many people. But I think it really kind of goes to show the ever-changing world of politics. But what's quite interesting as well, Kieran, is like I was mentioning, independents as well. They're making not a comeback, but they're really coming up. And I know I was mentioning urban areas, but this is a rural area as well. And the independents are really they're showing themselves.
Definitely, yeah. And I mean, it is in some ways reflective of what's happening overall. The independents, we've been hearing so much across Waterford about the strength of the independent vote, and nationally as well. That's something that's really emerging. So no white smoke just yet,
not yet
for this area.
Not in Waterford anyway. But maybe just to kind of describe the atmosphere, Kieran, just it's what's it like here at the moment?
Well, I suppose we did have something of a build-up when we heard there was going to be a count, a result, and there's a lot of chatter around now. I think people are digesting the result. People were anxious to actually get some sort of result and to have some sort of numbers to digest. And at least we have something to work on.
Yeah, certainly. So we're going to go to a break now, and we will be back to you on air in about 3 minutes.
Perfect.
yourselves Banana Rab, and I heard a rumour here on WLR. It's 20 past 11. We're just going to cut live over to the Setu Arena. Kieran and Kyle are with us. Well, lads,
Hi,
have you
Ray.
any news for me?
Hi, Ray. Yes, indeed. We do have an update and a very warm welcome to all of our listeners on WLR and all of our viewers through WLRFM.com and through Facebook Live. So since we last spoke to you, Ray, we have had the results of the first count for the Lismore electoral area. Returning officer Paul Johnston made the announcement, and the figures he gave us were an electorate in the area of 9,952, a poll of 5,204, invalid votes of 51, which left a valid poll of 5,153. Now, this is a three-seater constituency, and we were informed that the quota is 1,289. Now, here with a rundown of the individual votes for each of the candidates in this area is Kyle. And Kyle, we're beginning with Brian Buckley.
We certainly are. We're actually beginning here with some movement, because for a few hours it's been very stagnant and not a lot of movement here. But beginning here with the first count, and this is for the Lismore area. Brian Buckley, first count of 781. Declan Ducey, 559. Lynn Glasgow of the Green Party, 145. Michael McCarthy on a number of 60. We're actually going to cross back over live there.
Korev over Ahain, the Tog Cantor, Portlock, Kilvick, Tamashin. The following is the result of count 1 for the Portlaw Kilmacthomas local electoral area. Electorate 15,401. Total poll 7,861. Invalid ballot papers 73. Valid poll 7,788. Number of seats 5. The quota is 1,299. The results are as follows. Brazil Liam Fine Gael 1,982. Burke Catherine Sinn Féin 600. Clune Declan non-party 898. Conway Frank non-party 474. Duggan Ben Sinn Féin 342. Gyrey Thomas Sinn Féin 317. Murphy Ray Fianna Fáil 423. O'Leary John Fianna Fáil 1,104. Power Declan the Irish Party 94. Power Shawnee Fine Gael 1,554. As the votes of Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Liam Brazel's surplus of 683 votes, as it is the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses not distributed, fulfills the following conditions: exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. And this count will resume in the morning. Thank you.
All right, Toby, going back to the lads there.
Okay,
yeah,
yes,
hi, Ray.
thank
Hi,
you,
lads.
Ray.
Go ahead.
Yes. So we have great scenes of jubilation here at the SETU Arena because we have seen our first 2 councillors elected. We have had the results from the Portlaw Kilmac Thomas area, and as a result of this vote, Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power, both of Fine Gael, have both exceeded the quota. The quota for this area was 1,299, and Liam Brazel gained a staggering 1,982 votes, and that was followed by Shawnee Power with 1,554.
We'll cross live again, I think, here.
I believe we've another
West
update.
Local electoral area.
Okay, so that was just an update in relation to the Tremore City West electoral area. But as I was mentioning, Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power have both been re-elected. So Liam Brazel, he has served as a Fine Gael councillor since 2004, making him one of the longest serving councillors on Waterford City and County Council. And Shawnee Power, who has served since 2014. And just overall on those figures, the Portlaw Kilmac Thomas area, we had an electorate of 15,401, a total poll of 7,861, invalid votes of 73, which left a valid vote of 7,788. And just to recap, Liam Brazel gained 1,982 first preference votes, followed by Shawnee Power 1,554. Now the surplus of Liam Brazel of 683 is now going to be distributed. And Kyle, you have some of the figures of the other candidates in this area also.
I certainly do, Kieran, yes. So starting here with Catherine Burke, she has 600 votes, Declan Clune 898, Frank Conway 474, Ben Duggan 342, Thomas Gyrey 317, Ray Murphy 423, and John O'Leary 1104. But it really is a day for Fine Gael, isn't it, Kieran?
It is, certainly within this area.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a resounding vote, and a very significant vote, as you mentioned there, for John O'Leary as well, for Fianna Fáil, polling very well, 1,104, not too far off the quota of 1,299. And then we also had Declan Power of the Irish People Party, who had 94 votes. But before we had the result of the Portlaw Kilmac Thomas area, Kyle, we were looking at Lismore. Yes, so you might recap on some of the figures there for us.
Yeah, so just basically with Lismore, we have Brian Buckley at 789, and we also have Declan Ducey there as well. Sorry, I'm just need to double check the figures that you have them there.
Brian Buckley. So Brian Buckley, nobody was elected yet for the Lismore electoral area. No candidate had reached the quota, so there was no surplus. So the bottom 3 candidates have been excluded. But in terms of the results of this area, we have, independent Brian Buckley 781, Declan Ducey of Fine Gael 559, Lynn Glasgow of the Green Party got 145, Michael McCarthy, the Irish People Party 66, Donncha Mulcahy of Sinn Féin coming out on top 988, Niamh Donovan of Fine Gael 801, Frank Power Independent 126, John Pratt in second place, Labour 958, and Michael J. Walsh, Fianna Fáil 729. So as we were discussing earlier, Kyle, a very good vote for Sinn Féin in this area. They currently do not have a seat, but quite something of a surprise in relation to Declan Ducey.
It really is, and Declan is so well known in that area as well. And I mean, for him to kind of come out a that bit lower, it does kind of take me by surprise, Kieran. It does. But look, it's kind of the world of politics. It's the way it goes. Things change. The landscape changes. And the way people vote, you just don't know the way it's going to go. I mean, in other areas, like the independents are after taking over other areas. But in this other area, it's Fine Gael. So they're
absolutely,
really,
yeah. And we hope maybe to get some reaction from Fine Gael's Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power if we can. We hope that they will join us shortly. So, in terms of the overall picture, as you were saying there, Kyle, Fine Gael, it has been a very good day.
Certainly so. It's been a great day. It certainly has been a great day for Fine Gael. But it really shows the landscape of politics at the moment and the way it goes. I think we're going to try and get one of the candidates up here.
I think we have one. Somebody is going to join us here.
Yeah,
we've waited a long time to have candidates elected, so it's great to actually hear from them.
But I suppose, Kieran, just maybe describe the atmosphere maybe again, just for some of our listeners.
Again, yes, there is quite a lot of chatter around. I think there's probably a sense of relief that candidates have been elected, that we've actually had some white smoke.
There's actually some people leaving
now. Some people are leaving, yes, but we're being joined now by a very happy man indeed.
Yes.
He's going to take a seat.
Congratulations, Shawnee. How are you? Pleasure. Congratulations, Shawnee. If you want to come over here beside us, how are you feeling?
Look, delighted now. Look, I suppose it's like when the final whistle goes, Kyle, so look, it's delighted to be elected over the moon.
And listen, I mean, you've put in so much work the last few years. What was the campaign like the last few months?
Yeah, look, it's been tough going, there's no doubt, but I really can't get over how friendly and how nice people have been on the doors. I'm actually blown away with it, and everybody was really, really nice, and having tea and chats, and I suppose met people again that you would have meeting probably for a couple of years, and
I saw you getting thrown up in the air down there, so
yeah, I suppose it's easy to throw me up in the air.
Listen, I suppose now, right, the people have spoken, you've did your campaign, you've gotten your votes. I suppose now it's kind of time to deliver again for the next few years. What's on the agenda?
Yeah, look, there are huge issues, I suppose, for especially out in the rural county Waterford, the rural part of the Cumru, we have roads, planning, issues with housing, look, a lot of issues there, like farming areas as well, with nitrates, and we'll be especially fighting all the corners and trying to get funding for as much as we can for all them issues there.
And I suppose I want to talk about farming, if you don't mind. Farmers are onto WLR weekly. The IFA, they're always onto us about certain issues with farmers. Do you think there's too much pressure put on farmers from a government level?
Yeah, look, there's a lot of paperwork and a lot of red tape now coming into farming, a lot of rules, I suppose, and regulations being sent in from Europe and all that, so that definitely, like in this year in particular, has been bad with the weather, it has put huge pressure on farmers out there, it's been constantly, wet and rain, and animals kept inside for longer, and that has been a huge, I suppose, stress on farming level this year in particular.
What have you been hearing on the doors in the last few weeks? Besides farming, what have your constituents been saying to you?
Yeah, look, mainly, I suppose, out there, like conditions of roads, and look, planning has come up with good.
Besides the roads and the planning?
Pardon?
Besides roads and planning,
yeah,
what else?
That's kind of, I suppose, mainly the two issues, roads and planning. Look, I suppose the second one, I can't think of it.
I suppose the cost of living and housing.
Oh, yeah, without housing has come up big time, and the cost of living there,
Yes.
But look, I think people, there are jobs there for everyone, not only, but the cost of living has been a huge issue there, and housing as well. I suppose housing is, I suppose, look, hopefully we're getting there in the housing, but look, there's a long ways to go on that.
I won't grill you any longer. You're over the moon anyway.
Yeah, look, I'll delight there now. Look, I'll sleep well tonight. Wrecked out here since early this morning.
Well, you're saying sleep. I'm thinking there might be some celebrations down your end of the county.
Yeah, I don't think so tonight. I think they'll have to wait till tomorrow night or now for that. Anyhow, I don't think we'll be left in anywhere now this hour. Anyhow.
Well, Shawnee, it was a pleasure getting to know you since I started in WLR a year and a half ago. You're a gentleman, and I look forward to covering many council meetings with you over the next few years. Shawnee, congratulations.
Yeah, and thanks, Kyle, and thanks from all the support we get from WLR as well, and on the press. All our papers as well, to highlight the work that we do out there, yourself to be at our meetings,
and as Damien says, go out and buy your local paper, support your local paper.
Absolutely, right, They'll be celebrating in Rathcormac and Clonea Power tonight, Shawnee.
Yeah, look, I hope there are a few of them celebrating up there as it is there, but look, I don't think I'll be able to join any of them tonight, but look, hopefully tomorrow evening I'll pay a visit around there to John Clancy there and to the village farm in Rathcormac as well, so look, wish them well, say hello to them, tell them I'll see them tomorrow evening at some stage.
Great, yeah, and I mean to have support from community, and a topic that we touched on a lot Shawnee, over the course of the day is family and family support. It's crucial, isn't it, for any campaign?
Yeah, look, that's huge. Look, like my wife Nora and all my family, look, have been behind me the whole time. You know, it's not easy, and I suppose you've gone away a lot and gone to meetings, you know, and out meetings in the evening time and that, anyway. So look, I suppose without the support of your family, like, you wouldn't be at this. So look, really appreciate
Well, congratulations again, Shawnee, and thank you for joining us on WLR.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Shawnee. Thank you. And I do believe we have our second
candidate.
Yes, we do indeed.
So we're going to be joined now by the man who topped the poll in Portlaw, Kilmac Thomas, with a very impressive 1,982 votes, and that is Fine Gael's Liam Braza. Liam, congratulations.
Thanks, Cian. Thank you.
And from tallies all day, Liam, it indicated that you were getting a very strong vote, but I mean, this is a very comprehensive vote. You must be absolutely delighted with it.
Yeah, I'm delighted, Cian. Yeah, look at I'd never go too much on tallies because look at you don't know, and like you couldn't put that into your mind that the tally was going to be right, because you could end up being disappointed afterwards. So look at, after all, the tally was done perfect. I gained, I think, about 24 more than the tally, and so the tally men done a great job this morning. Am I delighted? Yes, I'm over the moon. I'm delighted, yeah. And look at, I've worked very hard over the past 20 years. I've been a councillor, and look at, I think that I've reaped the reward today. Like, there's no point in putting on a suit a month before election and going around shaking hands. Like, you have to do the work, and if you put in the work, people will appreciate it. And I felt that over the last 10 weeks there, when you went to the door, when people knew you, and when you're doing a turn for them or doing a turn for someone beyond them, it made life easy for me.
And what were the issues coming up on the door, Liam? Were they very much local issues, or were national issues being raised with you?
Look at it, my experience for being a councillor over the past 20 years, at local elections always, the national issues come up. And when you come to the general election, the local issues come up. I don't know why, and that's the way they always have been. Issues came up. I suppose housing was one, immigration was coming up the whole time, roads and planning and that thing, you know, like things that I'd be well used to as well. And look at, you gain a lot of experience from being a councillor for that long time, you know.
And this is a resounding vote for Fine Gael in a predominantly rural electoral area. Are you confident that the Fine Gael party at national level are still connected with rural voters and are attuned to all of the issues which rural voters actually have?
I do believe Simon Harris done us a fierce favour over the past few weeks there. I think he has really connected with rural people, and he's speaking their language, which is very important, I think. Look at Leo Varadkar was a brilliant leader. He's a man you could send anywhere in the world, and he'd acquit himself well. But he was very shy, and he wasn't the man to visit rural Ireland. But I think Simon Harris have outskilled himself on that, and by visiting rural Ireland and trying getting that Fine Gael vote back. And that's what you have to do if you want to. Like, people in rural Ireland thought rural Ireland was forgotten about. But I think with Simon Harris back at the helm there, and with a good Fine Gael team in the council, I think that we can help that to make it stronger and make it better for rural Ireland.
So you think this is a new chapter now for the Fine Gael party?
Listen to people. Listen to people on the doorstep there, and I do believe it is. Yes, I do. But look, at the end of the day, like, a local election is about local issues there, and it's about respect as well. And look, at I can thank every door they knocked on for the respect that I got from them. I think it was fantastic. It just made you keep going. Like, I'm on the road with the past 10 weeks there, day in, day out there, and like, there are times when you just wonder, should you bother? Only for Marie kept pushing me on every day, saying, go on, you must keep going. Then get me.
And that's key, isn't it? And I spoke to Fiona and Elaine, who are here also. Having that family support is crucial, isn't it?
Oh, dear, look, Marie has been fantastic. She's driven the car over the past 10 weeks there, up and down Borheens and laneways and that. And then Elaine and Fiona as well have worked with me. But I want to thank everybody. Like, people that done the posters for me, very important too. Two great friends of mine, Noel Casey and Mickey Vale there, and Jack Connors, and people that canvass for me without I knowing it as well. But most of all, the people that I met on the doorstep, and the people that came out and had the faith and belief in me. Just imagine 1,982 people had the faith in me to give me the number 1 vote. And like, probably there were the same amount of people probably voted number 2 for me. And like that gives a great heart for that. People have that great faith on you, and look, it gives you faith to keep going, like, you know. Like, being a councillor, like, it's a tough job. And like, parties are finding it very hard to get candidates as well. As you see in Kilmacthomas there, Labour couldn't get a candidate there, you know what I mean? And like so it's a tougher job. And like, but if you do the work, I think you will reap reward. I think that's what have reaped reward for me over the past number of years.
Okay, well, once again, congratulations, Liam, and thank you for speaking to us here on WLR.
Thanks, Kieran. Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Okay, and Kyle, we might have a quick overview then on the figures here, just while we have a chance. So we spoke with Liam, who has been elected for the Portlaw Kilmacthomas area with 1,982 votes, followed by Shawnee Power of Fine Gael, 1,554. Bring us up to speed then with the other candidates.
Yeah, so basically then what we have is we have Ben Duggan of Sinn Féin at 342. We have Thomas Gowrie 317. We have Ray Murphy 423, and then we have John O'Leary 1,104. Declan Power 94, and then we also have, of course, Shawnee Power, who was also elected. But it really goes to show that the wide range of candidates. But it's again, Kieran, the support for Fine Gael, it really is evident in this area.
That was huge, and it was interesting actually, Kyle, just picking up on that point which Liam Brazel made when asked about Fine Gael and the connection to rural voters. He feels that the Simon Harris effect did have an impact.
Yeah, and you know, I was at a recent Fine Gael event in the Granville, and it was a lot of farmers there, and it was issues that farmers had, but farmers, they really seem to have their allegiance and their loyalty to Fine Gael, and I suppose that goes back to kind of historical, you know, it goes through the generations and families, but look, only time will tell, because farmers, they still have their issues, Kieran, and we do air it on WLR.
And of course, rural areas, you know, it's farmers, but it's also, you know, non-farming people. I suppose rural Ireland, as we once thought of it, it's quite different now, isn't it? But a lot of the same issues still exist. But it's interesting to hear that Liam feels that Simon Harris is actually connecting more with those voters as opposed to Leo Varadkar.
Well, I suppose in his opinion he is, yes. But it was interesting as well to see when I was speaking to several farmers over the last few weeks, it was harrowing to kind of hear the younger farmers' stories and how they're leaving to go to Canada, Australia. These younger farmers who they can't take up the tradition, and the older, the parents and the grandparents are worried about the farm. They're saying, what's going to happen? Who's going to take it over? So look, as the years go on, the farming sector, it really is going to be interesting to see what happens. So if Fine Gael are sticking to what they will say they'll do, you know. And
looking ahead to the possible results of this electoral area, we're looking at Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary looking very likely to take the next seat.
Yes. Yeah, of course, and John O'Leary, you know, he's very well known out there at Fianna Fáil. He does certainly have his following, and he, you know, he's a man who kind of sticks to what he says as well, you know, and he served as mayor as well. He was actually one of the first people I actually ever interviewed on WLR.
I think you did a very interesting TikTok with him, I think.
I did actually, on the digital trail of Waterford. But look, John is a lovely man, and I wish him all the best as well. But then after that, we would have Declan Clune, I believe.
And of course, interesting with Declan Clune, previously served as a Sinn Féin councillor, but now an independent candidate. He polled 898.
Yeah, and the thing about Declan is, like, I know all councillors are on the ground with the nitty-gritty, but Declan really is there, like, he kind of is the first there. If something goes wrong in the Portlaw area, Declan is who you go to. So again, I was only speaking with Jennifer the other day, that, you know, he really does have that following, that traditional following as well. I think he gets some of the older vote as well. People feel very comfortable around him. So it will be interesting to see. He more than likely will get a seat.
It looks like it's shaping up that way. But then looking for the final seat in this area, that's where it really gets interesting.
It does. It's really tight, isn't it? So we're kind of talking...
We're looking at Catherine Burke of Sinn Féin doing very well, 600 votes.
Yeah, that's right. So Catherine Burke of Sinn Féin, and then after that, I believe it'd be Frank Conway. Now, Frank is an independent, but he is... so I wouldn't be
Frank, an independent in Portlaw, first-time candidate. He was an independent in Portlaw, and of course Portlaw ended up with quite a few candidates in terms of Ben Duggan and Ray Murphy also. So I think we have lots of information to digest. We might take a moment to process it all.
And maybe just a few thank yous as well, Kieran, throughout the day, just to everyone, yourself. It's been a pleasure to be here. It's my first time covering an election. You've been in the office since 8 this morning.
Yes, we had a long day, and yourself, you had a very early start as well.
I did indeed,
Dean
and thanks very
tech.
much to Dean Robinson. He is absolutely stellar. So without him and Pat and everyone here.
And Jordan on digital, Damien and Jennifer earlier, and Dimphna and Ray back.
Yeah, and to Keane from SETU. Keane, you've been great, if you want to give us a wave there. But Keane's been great, and Jordan and everyone, and Dimphna. I know you're probably listening back at base, so we do appreciate everything that you've been doing today as well. So thank you very much.
across Waterford on mobile and the smart speaker. This is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at midnight. Good morning, I'm Dimphna Nugent. Following the conclusion of the first count in the Lismore electoral area, no candidates have reached the required quota. Candidates with the lowest votes received have now been eliminated, with their votes to now be redistributed to other candidates. Independent councillor Frank Power has been eliminated with 126 votes. Green Party candidate Lynn Glasgow has been eliminated with 145 votes, and the Irish People candidate Michael McCarthy has been eliminated with 66 votes. The quota required for the remaining candidates to reach is 1,289. In the Portlaw Kilmacthomas area, the quota was 1,299. Two candidates were elected in the last few minutes, having exceeded that quota. Fine Gael councillors Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power have both been officially re-elected. And we're going to cross to SETU Arena to WLR's Kieran Foley. Kieran, a significant amount of change in a short time this evening.
Yes, Dimphna, we were waiting a long time for some results, but we did get a flurry of activity within the past hour. So, as you mentioned, we had a result on the first count for the Lismore electoral area, but we haven't yet seen anybody officially elected there. However, in Portlaw Kilmacthomas we have, and we've seen two candidates, as you mentioned, Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power, both of Fine Gael, elected with a resounding vote, 1,982 for Liam Brazel and 1,554 for Shawnee Power. So Liam Brazel's surplus votes of 683 will now be distributed. So Liam Brazel continuing service on Waterford Council since 2004, making him one of the longest serving councillors on the local authority, and Shawnee Power, who was first elected in 2014. So looking at the polling results of the other candidates in that area, Dimphna, in third place we had Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary with 1,104. So as it stands, we would expect him to also take a seat. Then moving further down, Declan Clune, an independent who of course was previously a Sinn Féin councillor, he polled very well with 898, so he looks to be in a strong position. So the really interesting part of this constituency is the final seat and where that will go, because of course Labour's Ger Barn, based in Kilmacthomas, he announced his retirement. He wasn't seeking re-election in 2024, so that leaves it wide open for the last seat. But in a good position for that is Catherine Burke, a first-time candidate. She's running for Sinn Féin and she polled quite well at 600. So we expect to possibly have first count results for some of the other local electoral areas, and viewers and listeners can follow all of the updates on WLRFM.com through our live stream, and also Dimphna through our live Facebook feed.
Sounds good, Kieran. And what I'm hearing very much, even from earlier conversations with Social Democrats councillor Mary Roach, is that final seat seems to be really coming up in all electoral areas. It really does come down to that final seat.
Absolutely, it seems to be all to play for, and my colleague Jordan spoke with Mary a little earlier, and she is feeling optimistic about her chances of retaining her seat. Then looking at City South, we have Fine Gael's Frank Quinlan possibly, looking at a fight on his hands for that final seat, but very much in the mix there. And then it's a similar story in Tramore City West, where Fianna Fáil's Eamon Quinlan looks at, in the current, according to the current tallies, that has him in for the final seat. But of course, Dimphna, anything can happen when transfers come into the mix. We're now dealing with the exclusion of certain candidates. We've already had 3 candidates eliminated in the Lismore electoral area, so we'll be keeping a close eye on transfers and eliminations.
All to play for Kieran. Thank you so much for that update. And as Kieran said, for the very latest from the Waterford Count Centre, you can follow our online blog and live stream on WLORFM.com. Meanwhile, 56 local election seats have been filled so far in the 2024 elections nationally. The government parties are doing much better than expected, while it has been a disappointing campaign for Sinn Féin. Elsewhere, a number of government websites in the country are getting help after they were hacked. The low-impact attacks here are believed to have come from pro-Russian hacking groups. The National Cyber Security Centre is working with the victims, including the voter.ie site, to give guidance. Niall O'Connor from The Journal describes what happened.
The National Cyber Security Centre, they became aware of the attacks and then they began a process of dealing with that, and they specifically contacted the people who were affected and they offered technical advice and guidance, and they've said that the impact is minimal.
And that's the latest from the newsroom. For the latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU, stay with WLOR.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the result of count 2 for the Lismore local electoral area. This consisted of the distribution of Lynn Glasgow's, Michael McCarthy's and Frank Power's votes. Total number of votes distributed 337. So the current count is as follows. Buckley, Brian, non-party, total votes 890. Ducey, Declan, Fine Gael, 568. Mulcahy, Donegal, Sinn Féin, 1,025. O'Donovan, Niamh, Fine Gael, 850. Pratt, John, Labour, 1,019. Walsh, Michael J, Fianna Fáil, 742. Non-transferable papers not effective, 59. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes, and that candidate is Declan Ducey with 568 votes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now adjudicate on the doubtful ballot papers for the Waterford City South electoral area.
Back over to the SETU Arena. We have Kieran, I do believe, with us. Are we ready? Yes. Are we there?
Yes, thank
hello,
you, Ray.
Waterford.
A big hello from the SETU Arena, Ray. And we have more votes for you because we had the second count of the Lismore electoral area. and no candidate has yet reached the quota in this area. So the quota is 1,289. So for the second count, we had the exclusion of Michael McCarthy, Lynn Glasgow and Frank Power. And as a result of this second count and the exclusion of those candidates, and we have Brian Buckley moving from 781 to 890, Declan Ducey 559 up to 568. Then we have Donncha Mulcahy, Sinn Féin, 988 up to 1,025. Niamh O'Donovan of Fine Gael, 801 up to 850. John Pratt of Labour, 958 up to 1,019. And Michael J. Walsh of Fianna Fáil, 729 up to 742. But the big talking point is as no candidate, as I said, has reached the quota, but Fine Gael's Declan Ducey has been eliminated. So Fine Gael's Declan Ducey, who was a sitting councillor for this area, who has served on Waterford Council since 2004 and recently served as Mayor of Waterford City and County Council, he has been eliminated. And joining me now to discuss this is my colleague Kyle Butler. And Kyle, this is very significant.
This is really significant here, and we've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, and this is one of the biggest kind of developments that we've seen happen throughout the day. It's getting late into the night now, and the activity's only starting to happen now. Look, as you were saying, Declan Ducey, he has been eliminated. He's very well known in the political sphere. His family have been very involved in Fine Gael for generations. And I know Declan from working in WLR, and he's a very humble man. He's very true to his values, but there will be a lot of people disappointed because he does have quite a following in his locality, but that didn't show on the voting papers, Kieran.
And interesting, Kyle, we spoke recently to the elected candidates in Portlaw, Kilmacthomas, Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power, both also of Fine Gael, a huge vote for Fine Gael in that area, but that vote not replicated for Declan Ducey.
And look, I mean, it might be due to several factors, like, there obviously was the controversy with the dumping on his land.
Absolutely, and I suppose that has been the elephant in the room, so to speak, when looking at his vote.
And I think maybe just looking at Declan as a political figure, I mean, when he was pushing himself forward for contesting himself for the general elections, it kind of... I think it might have damaged him a bit.
Because that controversy, just to recap, it was due to his plastic waste recycling company operating what was described as a toxic waste dump in the local area. Now, costs arising from clearing that site came to €739,000, and the state auditor actually criticised Waterford City and County Council for its failure to collect costs from Declan Ducey in relation to this affair. However, he spoke with our colleague Damien Tiernan earlier this year, and he was very adamant that he didn't do anything wrong and, that he would be vindicated.
Well, he actually spoke to me personally in the Granville Hotel when he was putting himself forward up with John Cummins. And see what happened that night there, and I think a lot of people might have been a bit disappointed. Halfway through the process of him pushing himself forward with John Cummins, he withdrew himself. So I think a lot of people, travelled down from the country, and they said, well, was this a political stunt just for your own local elections? But look, as a person, he's a lovely man to deal with. He's a gentleman, and he does still contest his innocence regarding that. But I do think it was slightly damaging to his campaign, and I think people lost trust.
And as I mentioned, he did serve as mayor recently, so he would have had quite a high profile coming into the campaign. His colleague then seeking election, Fine Gael's Niamh O'Donovan, she's polling quite well at 850.
Niamh, I was explaining earlier on air, Niamh seems to be that fresh breadth of kind of a political thing that was maybe not needed in that area, but she's the young woman, the new woman on the scene. She's taken a stance for young politics in the area, but what's unique about her, she's a rural young girl. I think she's bringing a new kind of lease of life to the party as well. And I was speaking with her as well in the Granville Hotel that night. It was my first time meeting her, and I know she's going around here somewhere, but only time will tell with her.
So just to recap, we haven't had anyone elected in the Lismore electoral area yet, but Declan Ducey of Fine Gael has been excluded along with 3 other candidates. The quota which candidates have to reach in this area is 1,289, and doing quite well at the moment, and coming nearest to that is Sinn Féin's Donncha Mulcahy on 1,025, followed by Labour's John Pratt on 1,019. So it's back to Jordan now for the latest.
Yeah, Kieran, we've had some small updates in the past few moments. So we've been made aware that there actually is a discrepancy with some of the ballot papers in the Dungarvan area. So we were actually not expecting a first count in Dungarvan tonight as things stand. So it looks as if we will have counts in the City South area, the first count, and the first count in the Tramore City West area. Staff have been told that they will be back counting papers at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So I suppose we are nearing the end of today's action. Some might say at long last, but we are, I suppose, approaching the final straight. So there's likely we may have 1 or 2 more councillors elected, but it seems as if we will be resuming first counts in some areas in particular at the moment. There's a lot going on in terms of the counting as well. I noticed that the tally papers in Lismore, there was actually some interesting discrepancies there. One candidate in particular, her votes were actually almost 100 or more out from the initial tally. So the margin for error in some of the tally figures has been, I suppose, a lot more than was initially anticipated. So we are going off tally figures, but at the same time, I suppose the realities of the counting are reigning true right now.
And I suppose, as we've been mentioning on WLR all day when we've been giving tally figures, they do always come with that health warning.
Exactly, and unfortunately we have succumbed to the health warning in some certain sense as well. So we still have some time to go, but I imagine we are potentially nearing the home straight. I don't want to make any promises, but it seems as if the vast majority of action will now recommence in the morning. We'll probably get calls in City South and City East, but as of now it seems as if most of the action is seemingly coming to an end, but we won't hold our breath.
Okay, well, you heard it here first on WLR. Jordan, thanks very much for that update, but as Jordan said, stay with us for any of the latest activity here at the Count Centre, on air on WLR, also online, WLRFM.com, where we're live streaming, and through Facebook Live. So it's back to you in studio, Ray.
Cheers, guys. And where are your kids tonight? It's 12:30. They should be tucked up in bed, just like all of us, but we're not because we're troopers. And Jordan Norris is a trooper and a half. Good morning, Jordan.
Are we at morning stage now, Ray? Wow, imagine that.
Morning stage.
Yeah, we've passed into Sunday now. We're here for the long haul. Yeah, it is 29 minutes past 12, and yeah, we're still awaiting a couple of results here, Ray. The latest was the second count in Lismore, and the big news, of course, is the elimination of the Deputy Mayor of Waterford, and that is Fine Gael Councillor Declan Ducey. So we haven't yet seen a candidate reach the quota to be elected in Lismore. We've had 2 counts so far, but we're still awaiting first count results in Dungarvan, Waterford City South, Waterford City East and Tramore, Waterford City West. If you hadn't joined us earlier in our coverage, you will have heard that in Portlaw, Kilmacthomas, 2 Fine Gael councillors have retained their seats. That is Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power. We're still anxiously waiting news here in the Count Centre. There is still some adjudicating going on in relation to some papers. Now, a number of minutes ago, I will have reported that there was discrepancies in relation to some of the ballots in Dungarvan, but those have been corrected, so we can actually expect a first count result in Dungarvan this evening as well. It is our understanding that there will be first counts announced in all local electoral areas this evening, but as of now, we still await some of those figures. I believe that some discrepancies and spoil votes are being currently looked at in some of the local areas, but we're hoping that Paul Johnston, the adjudicating officer, will be taken to the stage in a couple of minutes to brief us on the latest, but we wait for white smoke as of yet, Ray. But still plenty happening here, so much obviously after going on throughout the course of the day. You can follow our live stream on our Facebook, and of course that is in partnership with SETU, and you can find all the latest on our live blog on WLRFM.com. And of course the first place to hear when anything happens is here on air as well. So until we have some major news to report, back to you in studio, Ray.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Cheers for that. Roy has just gone. song, I do, because it's a great tune. We're heading back over to the SETU Arena now for a quick update from the lads. Good evening or good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Ray. I know.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we're actually
we will
crossing
now
to the
adjudicate
adjudication
on
officer now, Paul Johnston. Bear with us.
From the Dungarvan local electoral area.
Lost you there, lads. You with us?
We are crossing now for the first count from the Dungarvan local electoral area. We're about to be joined by Paul Johnson, the adjudicating officer. The count is just being announced for Dungarvan local electoral area here now, Ray. Damien Gagan and Conor McGuinness seem to have reached the quota on the first count. We're just eagerly awaiting those results, but we are expecting the announcement of Fine Gael councillor Damien Gagan and Sinn Féin councillor Conor McGuinness to be elected to the Dungarvan and Lismore district. It is actually just a call for adjudication on that at the moment, Ray, so we will cross back to you for a moment, but we will eagerly anticipate that announcement in the coming minutes.
Thank you, Jordan.
Okay, you're welcome back here to the SETU Arena, the Waterford Count Centre, where we're awaiting the first count in the Dungarvan electoral area. We thought we had it a few minutes ago, but it was a false alarm. Joining me now is Jordan Norris, who is very familiar with this area, Jordan. So we might take this opportunity to have a recap on the Dungarvan electoral area.
Yeah, another false dawn there a minute ago, Kieran, but fingers crossed we will soon have news on the Dungarvan local electoral area, going off the quota that has been presented to us by the tallies and the initial figures that have been given by some councillors. It does seem as if that Councillor Damien Geoghegan will top the poll, and that Councillor Conor McGuinness of Sinn Féin will also reach the first count quota, and both of those should be elected once we have the first count announced this evening. Also in good positions are Tom Cronin of Fianna Fáil, Pat Nugent of Fine Gael, and then I suppose for that last two seats there's a real dogfight going on at the moment. Currently looking at it from the tallies point of view, you're looking at Thomas Phelan, Labour, and potentially Joe O'Riordan, independent candidate. Could he potentially displace the long-standing independent councillor Seamus O'Donnell is the main question. And of course, when transfers come into play tomorrow, could that potentially play into the hands of Monica Murphy, the third Fine Gael candidate? It could be a potentially huge boost to Fine Gael. They could potentially take 3 seats in a 6-seater constituency in Dungarvan. So there's still a lot to play for, but I suppose it did really come as little to no surprise that it was Councillor Geoghegan and Councillor McGuinness battling out at the top of the poll.
And as you mentioned, 6 seats for the Dungarvan area, but 16 candidates, so it really is very competitive. And of course, Jordan, it's called the Dungarvan local electoral area, but it doesn't just include the town of Dungarvan.
No, I mean, it stretches out. Like, you factor in Abbeyside, you factor in Ballin Road, it stretches into some areas that do go towards, I suppose, heading towards the Cork border. You factor in your Ardmore, Clashmore, the Gaeltacht area, Ballinayaisha, so there's plenty that it factors in, and then you move out towards nearly as far as Lemmy Bryan, so it encompasses the border of some of that Cumra area, and then obviously you stretch into Lismore as well, so a quite big electorate in that particular area as well to factor in, Kieran.
And quite a variety of topics then, I would imagine, coming up on the doorsteps for canvassers, because Dungarvan on a high, we hear so much about it, attracting so many tourists, it's become such a popular destination, so you'd imagine the challenges facing businesses, the hospitality industry are issues which are coming up. But then you move to the more rural areas which you mentioned, and a big potential farming vote as well.
Yeah, the farming vote plays a massive factor, and when you actually look at some of those rural ballot boxes that came into play, the particular votes actually seem to go the way of Tom Cronin and Pat Nugent, both of whom would have, I suppose, strong agricultural backgrounds in comparison to some of the other councillors, and Seamus O'Donnell does take up some of that vote as well. As you mentioned, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of issues on the ground in Dungarvan. I suppose the main issue that is actually on the lips of people is the issues of affordable housing and viable tourism as well, because Dungarvan has such a vibrant tourism sphere. It has done, I suppose, particularly since the establishment of the Greenway in 2016. It's been, I suppose, long, marketed as one of the big tourist towns in all of Ireland. You've had Condé Nast, you've had big magazines, New York Times, everywhere featuring Dungarvan. But the reality is, I suppose, the hotel sphere has been a little bit diminished in recent times. There's a lot of calls for additional hotels and additional tourist accommodation, and particularly social and affordable housing for young people. I've been talking to candidates, that has been a massive issue on the doors as well. So I suppose, look, it's not really too out of kilter with a lot of tourist-based towns across the country, particularly coastal towns. Everyone wants to live in coastal villages that are scenic and very nice to live in the summer. I have the benefit of living in Dungarvan myself. I can vouch it's not the worst place in the world by any means. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the ground that has changed, and I think particularly from 2019 to 2024, the big thing in 2019 was they wanted more amenities. We had new things built. We had the skate park, we had the BMX track, there was further things built in terms of a hostel, there was plenty built, there was additions to the Greenway, we had new playgrounds, there was a lot built for younger people, new sports clubs popping up. So there was delivery on that aspect, but now people want the infrastructure to complement that from the other side of things as well. So it's a very interesting picture, and I suppose there's a lot of work to be done by Waterford City and County Council in Dungarvan in the 5 years ahead.
And you mentioned the performance of the independent candidate Joe O'Riordan, and that really ties in with what we've been seeing all day across the electoral areas in Waterford, is that really strong vote for independent candidates.
Yeah, I mean, Joe is a very well respected and well established person in the heart of the business community in Dungarvan. I mean, Joe has been our resident postmaster in Dungarvan for a very long time, as long as I can personally remember. His family would be very well known in the area. His family's roots would actually be in the Gaeltacht area of An Rhine, and obviously they have family in Abbeyside and Ballon Road as well. So Joe picked up very well in the latter stages of the ballot boxes being opened in the afternoon, and it's really hotting up in that race for that 6th seat in particular. You have Thomas Phelan, Monica Murphy, Seamus O'Donnell and Joe O'Riordan. It could go any way, so it's very nicely poised going into Sunday in Dungarvan.
Okay, and as mentioned, we are awaiting the first update on the first count for Dungarvan from Paul Johnston. We haven't seen any more activity in relation to that. But staying in the West, Jordan, and our most recent announcement involved the second count of the Lismore electoral area, and a big casualty there.
A huge casualty. I mean, probably the shock of the election, not just so far, but you'd imagine in the grand context altogether, Kieran, and that is the fact that the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Declan Ducey, has not been re-elected. He has been eliminated as of now. His first preference votes were particularly down, but the interesting thing is that Fine Gael actually seem as if they'll retain the seat by courtesy of Niamh O'Donovan.
And just to have a re-look at some of those figures, so from the second count, we haven't had anybody elected in the Lismore electoral area, but we have had a number of candidates excluded, and they are Michael McCarthy of the Irish People Party, Lynn Glasgow of the Green Party, independent candidate Frank Power, and as we mentioned, Fine Gael's Declan Ducey. So with the standings as a result of the second count, the quota for this area is 1,289. No candidate has reached this quota. However, out in front is Sinn Féin's Donncha Mulcahy, and Sinn Féin currently do not have a seat in this area. He's polling very well on 1,025. He's followed by Labour's John Pratt on 1,019, who is a sitting councillor. Then we have independent candidate Brian Buckley doing very well indeed on 890, and as Jordan mentioned, Fine Gael's Niamh O'Donovan, who is a new candidate, she's on 850. So certainly it is all to play for still. There, no candidate has been elected, but we would expect, Jordan, based on that result, that we're certainly looking at Donncha Mulcahy and John Pratt.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very interesting in respect of Donncha Mulcahy, because it's my understanding, Kieran, I don't think there's ever actually been a Sinn Féin councillor in the Lismore area. I mean, it shakes up for such a big change.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and we actually have an announcement about to come in from the adjudicating officer, Paul Johnston.
From Dungarvan, Waterford City South, Waterford City West and Waterford City East within the next 10 minutes. So if you'd like to hold on for there, and we'll draw a line on it after that. So just bear with us for a few minutes. Thanks.
You hear breaking news there from Paul Johnston, adjudicating officer of Waterford City and County Council for the local elections. We will have counts for the 4 remaining areas in the next 10 minutes. First counts will be done in all 6 LEAs, and then we will have second counts beginning across the board tomorrow, and of course the third count in Lismore. So in the next 10 minutes we should have councillors elected in all 6 local electoral areas for the Waterford local elections 2024. We're going to cross back for a short break now, and we will resume in the next few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of count 1 for Tramore Waterford City West. Electorate 17,813, total poll 8,348, invalid ballot papers 120, valid poll 8,228, number of seats 6, and the quota is therefore 1,176. Cleary Ronan into 275. Conway Joe non-party 871. Dooley Samantha Party for Animal Welfare 81. Duffin Susan Sinn Féin 324. Galway Michael Independent Ireland 151. Griffin Jim Sinn Féin 739. Hannigan Blaze non-party 921. Hayes Ritchie Fine Gael 240. Hayes John Sinn Féin 245. Hutchinson Smith Alana Sinn Féin 316. Kelly Joe non-party 1069. Kylie Christina Green Party 373. Mangan Killian non-party 326. McKnight Mairead Labour 239. O'Neill Melissa non-party 69. O'Sullivan Lola Fine Gael 1313. Quinlan Eamon Fianna Fáil 676. As the votes of Lola O'Sullivan exceed the quota, I deem her to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Lola O'Sullivan's surplus of 137 votes. It is the only available surplus. But this will not happen until the morning. Thank you.
As you've just heard, Lola O'Sullivan of Fine Gael has been elected in the Tramore Waterford City West local electoral area. Her surplus of 137 first preference votes will be circulated first thing tomorrow morning. Lola O'Sullivan has been re-elected, topping the polls in the Tramore Waterford City West area. Kieran, big celebrations we can hear in the background there.
Big celebrations taking place over there for Lola O'Sullivan, and again another Fine Gael candidate topping the poll. We had Liam Brazel and Johnny Power and Portlaw Kimmack Thomas earlier. So just to recap on the figures, Jordan, we had an electorate of 17,813 in this area, Tramore City West. We had a total poll of 8,248, invalid votes 120, which left a valid poll of 8,228. So it's a 6-seater electoral area, and the quota was 1,176. So as you mentioned, Lola O'Sullivan has exceeded that. But just to recap on the performances of the other candidates. So we had Ronan Cleary of Ain 2 on 275. Joe Conway, Independent, who of course is the current Mayor of Waterford City and County Council, 871. Samantha Dooley of the Party for Animal Welfare, 81. Susan Duffin, Sinn Féin, 324. Michael Galway, Independent Ireland, 151.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of first count for Waterford City East. Total electorate 17,379. Total poll 8,751. Invalid papers 90. Valid poll 8,661. Number of seats 6. The quota is therefore 1,238. Barry Declan, non-party, 1,257. Cretson Carl, Sinn Féin, 401. Daniels David, non-party, 1,331. Darcy Jim Fine Gael, 872. Fitzgerald Pat Sinn Féin, 856. Griffin Caroline Sinn Féin, 340. Keating Stephanie Fianna Fáil, 472. Power Jody Green Party, 630. Roach Mary Social Democrats, 643. Ryan Darren non-party, 572. Walsh John D, the Irish Party, 225. Wise Adam Fianna Fáil, 1,062. As the votes of Declan Barry and David Daniels exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. There are undistributed surpluses as follows: David Daniels 93, Declan Barry 19. The distribution of the available surpluses could not materially affect the progress of the count because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate, save the expenses of the lowest continuing candidate, or save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes of John D. Walsh at 225 votes. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had the result there from Waterford City East, with independent Declan Barry being elected, a first-time candidate, and independent councillor David Daniels, who was co-opted to replace his late father, Davy Daniels. He has also been elected. So Jordan, you might take us through an overview of those figures from the first count for City East.
Yeah, first count for City East, Declan Barry elected with 1,257 votes. David Daniels, 1,331 votes, topping the poll in the area. Two independent councillors really out in front in that area. Adam Wise finally poised on 1,062 as well, and I'll just go through the rest of the list as we have it here, Kieran. Carol Cretson, Sinn Féin, 401 first preference votes. Jim Darcy, Fine Gael, 872. Pat Fitzgerald, Sinn Féin, 856. Caroline Griffin, Sinn Féin, 340. Jody Power, Green Party, 630. Mary Roach, Social Democrats, 643. Darren Ryan, Independent, 572. And the candidate with the lowest number of votes is John D. Walsh of the Irish People. His 225 means that he has been eliminated from the process. But I suppose City East goes to show another surge behind the independents, Kieran. It has really, really been a fantastic campaign for both Declan Barry and David Daniels in particular.
Absolutely, a huge vote for both of them, and as you say, the independents, that is a trend that really emerged today, and the tallies did suggest that both of those candidates were going to be elected on the first count. And of course the City East area, again, it refers to City East, but this, Jordan, encompasses quite a rural area also.
It does, it most certainly does. I mean, it brings you out to the farthest possible point of East Waterford. It really is, I suppose, on the absolute tip of the county. and there's a lot of pertinent issues from a sense that it is quite like the rural areas, as you just mentioned. But I think you can see both candidates, they both fought a very good campaign. It's still very competitive for the rest of the seats as well, so there's a lot to be decided in that area tomorrow. But some really jubilant scenes going on before us here, Kieran, some really lovely scenes. And I think David Daniels, it's very nice to see him and his family celebrating the moment, because I know his late father would be really, really proud of him today.
Very, very poignant, and we might grab a quick word with David Daniels when we have an opportunity, but certainly continuing the Daniels legacy. His father, of course, a councillor for well over 40 years and such a familiar face to so many people around Waterford City for so long.
Absolutely, and I see Joe Evans and Noel Brown, the two local photographers from the Munster Express and the News and Star, lining up all the families of David Daniels and Declan Barry. Now, these are moments that they'll all remember for the rest of their lives. They've fought so hard over the past few months to get their campaigns in tip-top shape, and it's a really deserving moment. This is what all the hard work is for. Obviously, everything is in front of them in the next 5 years. Waterford City and County Council, they'll definitely do their best to represent the people of Waterford City East. But you look at the happy faces in the corner there now, and I suppose these are the moments that you put yourself on the ballot paper for. You can hear it in the background here, you can see it on the stream. Everybody is delighted for these two candidates because they've worked their hearts out to get to this point.
So just to recap, we have 5 candidates elected to Waterford City and County Council. We have Fine Gael's Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power. We have Fine Gael's Lola O'Sullivan. We have Independents David Daniels and Declan Barry. 5 candidates, Jordan, and 32 seats. Still a long way to go.
Still a long way to go, Kieran, but I mean, for how long we've been here today, it feels like we've finally broken ground. We're just waiting on the calls in the Dungarvan area now and in City South as well. Okay. And fingers crossed we are getting there. And I believe we're about to be joined by the one and only David Daniels. So bear with us for a moment as we just await for David to arrive beside us here on our live stream.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we will be crossing to the adjudication officer, Paul Johnston, so bear with us for a moment.
The result of the first count for Waterford City South.
And we have the City South count now upon us.
Electorate 15,641. Total poll 7,506. Invalid ballot papers 104. Valid poll 7,402. Number of seats 6. The quota is therefore 1,058. Bailey Joanne, Sinn Féin, 712. Barry Donal, non-party, 1,291. Brennan Breda, Sinn Féin, 286. Burke Kevin, Sinn Féin, 520. Burns Vivian, Fianna Fáil, 343. Carol Lisa, non-party, 191. Curtin Patrick, People Before Profit Solidarity, 133. English Eric, non-party, 81. Griffin Sinead Ellen, Social Democrats, 140. Hearn John, Sinn Féin, 1,030. Murphy Jason, Fianna Fáil, 946. Neatleary Melissa, Green Party, 162. Quinlan Frank, Fine Gael, 634. Reinhardt Sean, non-party, 343. Ryan Seamus, Labour, 590. As the votes of Donal Barry exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Donal Barry's surplus of 233 votes. That is the only available surplus, but that will not happen until the morning.
Yes, as you just heard, Donal Barry elected in Waterford City South. The independent councillor has topped the poll from a quota of 1,058. Donal Barry with 1,291 first preference votes, surpassing the quota by 233. And Kieran, it goes to show, I suppose, the hard work that's been put in on the ground by Donal Barry in recent years.
Absolutely. I think also, Jordan, that persistence and hard work pays off, because Donal ran unsuccessfully in 2014, gained a seat in 2019, and now such a resounding result. And it really is all about the independents. And joining me now is,
speaking of which,
one of them. Congratulations to independent councillor David Daniels. David, it's been an emotional day for you, quite a poignant day, but you've continued the Daniel legacy in Waterford City East.
Thanks very much, Kieran. I'm just, absolutely thrilled, to, get such a strong support today and get over the line on the first count. It's been, such an emotional journey, out canvassing. Met some, great people, heard some great stories out on the doorstep, and it's been quite an enjoyable and journey. And it's, just great here tonight now, and just to be over the line.
Your father, David, he was such a part of the fabric of Waterford political life for so long, and for you now to have the chance to continue that legacy, which you have been doing since you were co-opted, but to get that endorsement from the people, it's hugely significant.
I'm absolutely thrilled that Waterford City East, the residents of Waterford City East, have put their faith in me for the next 5 years. The next 5 years are going to be, an exciting time for Waterford. There's a lot out there to be done. We've got the North Quays going on, and I know there's issues there that we'll tackle, but I believe we're going to have exciting times in the next 5 years, and it's great to be there and part of it.
And I spoke to your wife Gwen earlier, and of course your aunt Mary is here, and you really have a backbone of support, don't you? As
I said before, as an independent, your support, your team behind you is so important. And I'm so lucky to have such a strong team. My brother, my wife, and my mother and Mary, my aunt. They've been there with me every step of the way, and I would really have been lost without them. And it's great now that we're all here tonight to enjoy such a night.
And we know that Davy is certainly looking down with a warm smile, David. So again, congratulations to you and all the Daniels family.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful achievement, David Daniels. I know Davy would be very, very proud. It's fantastic to see, and I'm delighted to say,
ladies and gentlemen,
actually we are going to be crossing back to the adjudication centre. Bear with us. Just one moment, please.
Is the first count results for Dungarvan. The electorate 17,625, total poll 9,259, invalid ballot papers 85, the valid poll 9,174, number of seats 6. The quota is therefore 1,311. Cronin Tom, Fianna Fáil 1,230. Curran Padraig, non-party 38. D. McGuinness Connor, Sinn Féin 1,408. Gagan Damien Fine Gael 1,584. Hallahan Karen, non-party 295. Joyce Aaron, non-party 131. Morrison Roger, non-party, 70. Murphy Monica Fine Gael, 468. Nugent Pat Fine Gael, 1,073. O'Foylon Christor, Green Party, 345. O'Riordan Joe, non-party, 627. O'Donnell Seamus, non-party, 462. Phelan Thomas Labour, 786. Regan Fiona Sinn Féin, 204. Shaw Jonathan, non-party, 244. Whelan Siobhan Sinn Féin, 209. As the votes of Conor D. McGuinness and Damien Geoghegan exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Damien Geoghegan's surplus of 273 votes, as it is the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses not distributed, fulfills the conditions of exceeding the difference between the two lowest candidates. It can elect a continuing candidate and can save the deposit of the lowest candidate. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your attendance here today and to inform you that the count will recommence tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
That's it. The count will recommence at 9 o'clock. We have the result, and that is that Damien Geoghegan and Conor McGuinness have been elected in the Dungarvan district. But joining me now is a man who's been elected in City East for the first time. I can call you Councillor Declan Barry. Declan, congratulations. Sum it up. How do you feel?
How do I feel? I feel overwhelmed. I'm glad it's at an end, but it's an end of one period in my life and it's the start of a new venture. Yeah. And I'm really looking forward to it. Bring it on. I'm ready and I'm there, and I will represent the people that put their faith in me in Waterford City East, and I won't be found wanting.
Absolutely. You put so much work into your campaign. You canvassed almost every single house, not just almost every single house, you canvassed every single house in Waterford City East. Yourself and your wife Sally, you've been out knocking on doors since I think it's October, if I'm not wrong. You've really put in the groundwork to show people that you want to make it count, that you want to represent them, and here you are now. You've got the fruits of your labour.
Well, that's it. If I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it wholeheartedly. I'm going to give it everything I have, and if that's good enough, well, that's great, and if it's not, well, so be it. But thank God it's paid off. I done it the old-fashioned way, got out there, knocked on doors, spoke to people, listened to people, which is much more important. And both in the area where I was born and bred, in Crook and Passage East, and the people that would know me on the Dunmore Road and throughout the constituency, they came out in large numbers for me. I got a vote that I was hoping to get a vote to maybe get in, but to get in on the first count, I just don't know what to say.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's testament to the support and you know how well known you are in the community as well. And I know I can see your wife Sally, she was here, she was every bit, you couldn't wipe the smile off her face today with pride. Well, it's all about the support.
Absolutely. I didn't get elected today because of me. I got elected because of Sally and I. I can't tell you what support, understanding, planning, time, everything else went on the back burner, and we just devoted the last 7.5 months to this, and she deserves every bit as much credit as I.
Well, Declan, I'll let you go off, get a good night's sleep, and then from tomorrow your new life begins. I'll let you celebrate your moment. Councillor Declan Barry, massive congratulations, absolutely delighted for you, and I wish you the very best of luck in your new venture.
Thank you so much.
And Kieran, we're joined live now, and you have a new candidate.
Jordan, I'm delighted to be joined by another candidate who's been elected, but a familiar face to all of us, and that is Fine Gael councillor Lola O'Sullivan, who was elected in Tramore City West. The quota was 1,176, and she exceeded it with 1,313 votes. Lola, a huge result.
Absolutely. It's just incredible. And obviously we're all tired now, so it's a bit emotional as well at this hour of the evening, and I really appreciate all the people who supported me and who encouraged me all along, not just my family, my friends, but the people of Tramore and Waterford City West, who even at the darkest days, and as a candidate there are plenty of dark days, they encourage you and give you support, which is just wonderful.
But you've stuck with it for so long, Lola. You've been a public representative for so long. What is it that keeps the appetite alive in you?
I love to be able to help someone. And sometimes you can't, and that can be really disappointing for me as an individual. But to be able to do something very small for somebody and make a difference in their lives is just incredible. Just incredible.
And interestingly, Lola, your campaign didn't involve any use of social media because you're not on social media.
No, I'm not. I'd say I needed two new pairs of runners for all the walking and knocking I did. But, social media can, it's about the work you're doing. It's not about, saying that you're doing work and not doing it. It's not about pictures, and it's actually going out, meeting the people and doing the work. That's really what it's about. I've seen how toxic social media can be, and I've seen people being trolled on social media and the horrible, horrible things that have been said about people. And I just don't think that's for me. If you have something to say to me, say it to my face. Don't be hiding behind a keyboard.
And I suppose it shows that when it comes to politics, there really is no substitute for being out and about and pressing the flesh. I'd like to get your thoughts, Lola, just overall on the Fine Gael vote, a very strong vote across Waterford.
Oh yeah, really, really proud of how Fine Gael has done today. It's just incredible, and it's really lovely and warm to feel colleagues that I've worked with for a long time, and my colleague is at the other end of the table here, Damien Gagan, just a superb councillor, and it's great to see people come back. It's heartbreaking when you see people that you've worked with so hard, and Declan Ducey got eliminated tonight, and it's really disappointing for Declan and for his family, and I'm disappointed because he was a wonderful colleague.
Well, once again, Lola, congratulations to yourself, and we look forward to seeing you at many more council meetings for the next 5 years on Waterford Council.
Thank you very much.
And Lola alluded to him, and Jordan is now speaking to him, another successful candidate, this time from the Dungarvan area.
Damien Gagan, you've topped the poll again. You're elected again to represent the people of Dungarvan. I can see you're visibly emotional. It means so much to you.
Yeah, it's been. I'm thrilled, to be honest with you, Jordan. It was a difficult campaign. I'm tired from it. We've had a wonderful evening here in the Count Centre late into the night. Four Fine Gael councillors already elected at the top of the poll. So we're doing exceptionally well. But I'm absolutely thrilled, and I just want to thank everybody who came out and supported me yesterday, and indeed over the years. I'll be 25 years of public rep next Tuesday, and it's just it was beyond my wildest dreams when I first stood for Dungarvan Town Council back in 1999, and I'm here again tonight, and I'm just really looking forward to leaving here and continuing my role as a public representative and as a councillor representing the place that I love so much, the Dungarvan electoral area, and I'm just really, absolutely thrilled. I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank my family. I want to thank my friends. I want to thank the party. There's one person missing tonight, my mother. I'm sure she would have...
I know Annette will be looking down smiling on you, Damien.
She'd be very proud tonight, but I'm thinking of Annette tonight, my mother, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I look around, I see your family, I see Natanya, I see your dad Pat, I see Cara, I see Ronan, I see all the work that you've put in on the ground in Dungarvan in the past 25 years.
You're here because of your track record. It speaks for itself. It's been a wonderful day for you, for your family, for Fine Gael. I'm sure you'll definitely celebrate it tomorrow.
Yeah, I will, Jordan. I'm looking forward to going home now. The journey back to Dungarvan won't feel I won't be maybe as tired when I start to hit Limmy Bryan and when I hit the pike and see the lights of home. But it's been a fantastic. It's a fantastic result. I am quite emotional now, and I'm maybe finding it hard to put it into words. But people often talk about, the parties and the party machines that are out there. The party machine that gets you elected is the people that are around you. It's your family. My father, everybody would know that he's been with me from day one. He's kind of my director of elections. My wife, Natanya, Ronan, Cara, my brother Richard, my sister Evelyn, all of my family and all of my great friends, and I really, really can't thank them enough. My parents-in-law are here, Pat and Sissy as well, and I felt it yesterday, all of the calls, all of the texts that I was receiving, and I felt that I was going to have a good election, but you never really know until the ballot boxes are open, and I'm just so honoured and so thrilled that once again the people of the Dungarvan electoral area, and particularly the town, Abbeyside, Ballinroad and the hinterland around Dungarvan, came out so strongly for me yesterday. And once again, I just want to say I certainly won't let you down, and I really, really appreciate you putting your faith in me to once again serve on Waterford City and County Council.
Well, I think this is the perfect way to bring to a close a day that has brought so much on a political spectrum across Waterford City and County. WLR will continue our live stream from 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, which was brought to you in partnership with SETU, and WLR News and Current Affairs is when you can get everything first for your local election here in Waterford. We are back from 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll finish it off with a big clap for the newly elected councillors, Lola O'Sullivan and Damien Gagan.